the minister doesn't have enough time, we'll give him the possibility to address us, and then he will leave. So let us wait for a couple of minutes, and then we shall begin.
Κύριε Δημόπουλε.
Mr. Dimopoulos? How about Sanya? No?
Είναι στο δρόμο. Σε 10 λεπτά περίπου θα έρθει.
He's on his way. He will be here in about 10 minutes.
Το λέω για την πορεία των χαιρετισμών, ξέρετε.
I just wanted to see how the schedule will go.
Κύριε Υπουργέ, σας καλωσορίζουμε στην τέταρτη συνεδρία.
Welcome, Minister, to the fourth meeting of the fourth Monitoring Committee of Home Affairs Funds for the new programming period 21-27. We are very glad to have you with us, though we know that you have a very heavy schedule and you will have to leave soon. Thank you very much. It's a great honor and joy to be among you. Obviously, the work you do is very important, and allow me, please. Indeed, what Manos said is true. I can only stay for a while, and unfortunately, I would like to share more things with you, but now I have to be more brief and more focused. Maybe I will dwell on some things that I am personally interested more. Relatively, at least, I think that they are closer to my work, the regulatory framework, which is more important for me. So obviously, migration policy issues need funding tools. And we have some important financing tools coming from the Home Affairs Funds in the programming period 21-27. We're in the middle of the period, and the strategic goals are quite clear. Obviously, we need to have a more effective and better border management. We need to have an integrated and effective management of returns of illegal migrants. We need to regulate legal migration better, and of course we need to invest in technology and good operation of systems in order to better manage all the above strategic goals. Now, on this basis, obviously there is another issue raised, a critical issue, the issue of the necessary actions to implement the Migration Pact, for which we need to be ready till next June 2026. As you know, I will skip the financing part of it. You are well aware of it. But let me focus on the additional money coming from the new pact, about 58-point-something million, and we have the redistribution coming from the midterm review for AMIF 45 million something, and in BMVI additional funding through the new pact is 203 million, and after the redistribution coming from the mid-term review, it's 7.5 million and another 26 million more or less from Schengen. So there are important amounts that need to be fully used in the best possible way. So here comes our cooperation with the Hellenic police. So these amounts can be used for 367 guards border for the borders, border guards on term contracts, and we work with people ensuring and guarding our sea border. 84 about new vessels, plus 2 open sea vessels more than 80 meters with helicopter landing facilities. So as to the pre-removal centers, 30 million, and forced returns of illegal third country citizens, 16 million. That's the amount. Whereas voluntary returns are 52 million. What is reinforced is legal migration and the way it operates with specific centers of biometrics, 816. And I would like to particularly thank, okay, you will see the finances later and maybe you know them better. And this is the basic topic of your monitoring. But anyway, I would like to warmly thank in particular our dear friends, I don't know who they are, our dear friends from NGOs that make comments about fundamental rights. And I read everything they sent us, and I think that their observations are very, very important and interesting. I think, Fanny, that you'll talk more about it, but I would like to dwell on a couple of things. First, there is this discussion opened on the safe country and the joint ministerial decision. First, there was this case at the Council State, and this decision was annulled. We issued with Mr. Gerapetritis this decision with better justification. I know now that there is a second case before the State Council, but I am very optimistic about the outcome. I don't know what's going to happen. I haven't talked with anybody, of course, but I think that we have studied a lot the justification, and now we have a lot of supporting material attached. Not attached, it is actually the content of this ministerial decision as to the justification and the law provisions. Now, as to the specific point, there is a second thing, and the European Court of Human Rights was involved on this. It says, okay, safe country is one thing, but then the other point is whether we can return immigrants to the country of origin, not the country of origin, the country they came from. That's Turkey, and Turkey wouldn't accept it. And now the European Court has a quite right rationale, I would say. Anyway, they say that if you judge upon their asylum seeking on efforts on admissibility only, so they are not checked on merits, and at the same time Turkey wouldn't accept them, and you say no, the request is inadmissible because the request has to be applied in Turkey, but Turkey will not accept their return. So there is no country to hear what these people say. So according to the European Court of Human Rights, they should have a more individualized approach on their application. So I gave some orders I think it was an NGO, I can't remember which NGO was it, maybe many. So I asked these asylum applications to be judged on personal, individual basis. At the same time, I will talk to Turkey and I will try to activate the whole system of readmissions. So maybe we could come back to this regime. But anyway, the condition is to have readmissions from Turkey. Now, secondly, you aptly pointed out, and this has to do with many other things anyway, but anyway, you pointed out that administrative detention, since there can be no return, our administrative courts say, and they are right, administrative detention is not a penalty. It's a way to implement an administrative decision of removal. So if removal cannot be executed, there is no point in extending administrative detention. These arguments are both right, and we need to adjust the administrative practices accordingly. Of course, this observation led me to further thinking, which is an object of my initiative for new legislation. Okay, we cannot detain somebody because we cannot return this person, but he's here illegally because his asylum application was rejected, or maybe it's a case of overstay, there is no permit no longer. But anyway, there are no legal grounds for staying in Greece. What are we supposed to do with this person? He is here illegally and we cannot have a return. If he is not legally here, he cannot work. So we have this limbo situation, and this has to be treated somehow. In my view, the right way out is to somehow have a way, a sanctioning way for somebody that does something illegally. They stay within the state borders of Greece illegally. So, as I previously announced, I shall penalize illegal stay. And this means a very, very strict framework of criminal treatment, penal treatment. So these people will have to go in front of a criminal judge, the judge of criminal cases. So, of course, my objective is not to fill up jails, but we need to have a framework for these people not to stay in a situation they cannot stay in. They cannot become legal, they cannot leave. So what? So we'll give them the possibility, after imposing a sanction for those that want it, to go back voluntarily, a voluntary return. So the execution of the penalty shall be suspended if they opt for going back. I read some observations. This was not the European Court of Human Rights. This was the EU Court. And they say that was on the basis of a directive. One cannot impose a penalty since administrative procedure is still pending. Why? Because there is a directive aiming at removing. If this person is put in jail, you cannot remove the person. This person stays in jail. However, if the administrative procedure is executed and this person cannot be removed, it is okay to follow criminal procedures. I have to say so because as regards administrative detention, yes, that's right, and we need to adjust, and we are going to cooperate with the police. But then there should be a way to avoid paralysis of our legal order. And there were some other observations as to fundamental rights. Fannis will give an answer later. But anyway, I would like to frankly thank you for your contribution, your work, your critical remarks. I always read your written observations very, very carefully. I always take them into consideration. And I think that this is part of the dialectics of legislating and a wider debate on such critical and difficult issues we have to manage. Thank you very much. I wish success to your proceedings. And I hope you'll go on doing this wonderful job. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. I suppose many of the things mentioned by the Minister will be discussed today. You have placed everything on the table and now you leave. Okay, have a nice day. Now, before starting, Mrs. Salavitse from Iowa has asked for the floor. Sania.
Thank you very much. Manos, distinguished representative of the Hellenic Ministry of Migration and Asylum, and esteemed colleagues from the Special Service for the Coordination and Management of Migration and Home Affairs Program, members of the Monitoring Committee, ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues, it is a great honor for me to address you today on behalf of the International Organization for Migration at this fourth session of the Monitoring Committee for Migration and Home Affairs Funds Programs of the 2021-2027 programming period. Allow me to begin by expressing our deep appreciation for the continued collaboration and trust that IOM has been enjoying and our national counterparts, particularly the Hellenic Ministry of Migration and Asylum and the Special Service ACID-ME. This long-standing partnership has been a cornerstone of our collective effort to manage migration effectively, both during the height of the emergency period and also as we transitioned and keep transitioning into more structured and long-term response. In this regard, IOM has had the privilege to implement a wide range of projects under Asylum, Migration and Integration Fund, the AMIF, in close coordination with ACID-ME as the managing authority. These projects, executed with strategic guidance and cooperation of the authority and its director, have achieved tangible results, serving both migrants and host communities and also being aligned with the governmental policies and approaches. This close and productive cooperation continued and deepened through a variety of post-emergency initiatives, especially the initiatives aiming at integration and especially the labor integration of migrants and refugees. And the notable example of this relationship which evolves is the Helios Plus project, now implemented under the ESPA framework, where ACID-ME serves as the intermediate body. Through Helios Plus, we will continue to jointly promote sustainable integration solutions, demonstrating how aligned vision and coordinated action can translate into meaningful outcomes. We at IOM are very proud of this journey we have taken together so far and are confident that our collaboration will continue and flourish in the future. We look forward to further strengthening this excellent partnership and building on the foundation that have laid together to support the comprehensive, humane and effective migration management in Greece. Thanks for the opportunity to address this gathering today on behalf of the International Organization for Migration, and I wish us all a productive and forward-looking discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sania. Now I think it's the time to call anyone else who wants to take the floor from our honorable guests from international organizations, the European Commission maybe. You would like? Mr. Samatas, please.
Okay. Αξιότιμη Πρόεδρε της Επιτροπής Παρακολούθησης.
Distinguished Chair of the Monitoring Committee, President of the Migration and Home Affairs Programme, my dear colleagues, on behalf of the European Commission, I would like to thank you for the invitation to take part in this Monitoring Committee meeting and for giving us the opportunity to address you briefly. The present Monitoring Committee meeting is taking place at a critical moment in time, taking into account the imminent entry in force of the rules of the Pact for migration that will be starting in 2026. Co-funded programs of member states constitute the basic instruments in order to satisfy and comply with these rules, and that is why the strategic utilization of all resources available is of critical value. Aiming at helping Greek authorities implement the pact, the European Commission has available within 2025 more than 390 million euros under the AMIF program and the IBMF. We expect that the interventions that will be funded through these resources will be discussed during the monitoring committee and target strategically the pillars of the new pact and the needs as they were described in the national plan of implementation that was submitted to the European Commission at the end of the year 2024. The amendments of programs should have been completed by the end of 2025. Furthermore, because of the satisfactory absorption of funds in the framework of these programs until the end of 2024, and following the provisions of European regulations, more funds amounting to 132 million were given. The absorption of funds under the ISF is something that is faced with considerable delays. We would like to ask the members involved to proceed readily to the implementation of actions according to the approved program. Furthermore, and proceeding to a matter of equal importance, we believe that the annual report on activities of the Special Committee for Compliance with Fundamental Rights to be important. We expect that the monitoring mechanism that is in effect in Greece faces effectively and in a clear way all the cases that come to the attention of the authorities. We are looking forward to receiving the interventions of the managing authority and the Migration and Asylum Ministry line body. The enabling conditions compliance, as they are mentioned in the Common Provisions Regulation, is a criterion for the right implementation of programs. Going through the most dynamic phase of a current programming period, we are looking forward to hearing the latest regarding the implementation of the programs, emphasizing on best practices and the challenges that have been encountered so far. In the current programming period, the Monitoring Committee role is of pivotal importance because it constitutes the most basic tool in what concerns the programming and the monitoring of actions, and we expect a conducive dialogue among all stakeholders. Finally, I would like to profusely thank the services of the Managing Authority and the Ministry for the excellent collaboration that we've had throughout the previous period, and accentuate that will be available to the authorities, contributing to the best of our abilities to the implementation of actions comprised by the programs. Thank you very much. Thank you. All of you who know me personally know that we have the process of written comments or remarks that we read. Most of the times I don't follow this tradition. Now we have a formal procedure necessitating my coming back to the agenda for today. But before that, I can't avoid the temptation of speaking generally in what concerns the migration situation and the absorption of funds. As it was aptly said by our line minister, we have entered a different phase. This phase we find ourselves at as Greece and Europe in this period of time is characterized by the surveillance of borders, and the third phase will be the phase of returns, we suppose. On a European level, all of us have been trying to find a way to go about it. This is European dialogue. The previous phase number one, was the phase of management of the humanitarian aspects to migratory flows and asylum-seeking procedures. At this phase, our country managed to absorb funds extremely efficiently, running programs in collaboration with all civil society organizations and international organizations in order to safeguard the best possible environment for the accommodation and asylum of these persons. During this strenuous effort, things turned out very well. The absorption was overwhelming, and there are some gaps that we are called upon to bridge in the next years, because unfortunately the humanitarian management of reception, vulnerable persons does not finish today. The next phase that has now emerged in Europe, and it was ushered by the hybrid threat, the attack in the area of Evros, northern Greece, is the phase of border protection. There, indeed, as the European Commission pointed out, there may be room for more investments for us to enhance the borders of our country, which, by the way, constitute the borders of the European Union. And certainly the bodies involved, law enforcing agencies, that is the Greek Coast Guard and Hellenic Police, will make every effort in the programming period in view of the pact as well, to proceed to all these procurements that will safeguard that our country will follow the very successful management of humanitarian problems that emerged in the period 2015 to 2019. Doing things to the best of our ability, we catered for the needs of all those people that flooded our country seeking asylum. We do hope and trust that we'll be equally as successful in the next steps. The pact that will be called upon to comply with next year has a strict time limit, a stricter time limit. Greece has implemented many of what is mentioned in the pact. Reading the text for the new pact on asylum and migration, many things in this text are as a result of implementation of processes and procedures in Greece, and we feel that there too we shall be pioneers. Of course, there are technical and other difficulties, but within the framework of the time ahead of us, the issues will be tackled. Now, regarding fundamental rights and the discourse around the topic, I would like to emphasize the following. Sometimes we become hostages of our success or pioneering. Let us emphasize to everyone here that for fundamental rights officers, that is, exist only in Greece and international organizations, EUAA and Frontex. The flaws of EUAA and Frontex are officers that are internal. They have to do with the staff of these organizations, and they see whether fundamental rights of people working are complied with. The only two countries in Europe which actually have a monitoring committee for fundamental rights and duly appointed officers with a special job description to monitor respect to human rights are Greece and Croatia. Therefore, any criticism made is, of course, welcome, as my minister said, but it should be framed accordingly. Sometimes, quote unquote, please allow me to say, we are hostages of the fact that we have pioneered in the past. It just so happened that I took part in a European forum on FROs and the Commission, and I told the friend member states of Europe that criticism is all right, I suppose, but how about your appointing either a person or a committee, as we have a person whose responsibility will be to protect human rights, to issue reports, to train, to go to the police, to go to the Coast Guard, to visit facilities and accommodation centres, and then perhaps focus on criticism to the only country that has such a big system, because, as you know, Croatia has a far smaller scale infrastructure. So, first, I suppose your member state should act and then criticize whether or not things are done correctly by the only state that does this to such an extent. Criticism is always welcome, but we need to examine things appropriately. I'm saying this because I trust that we'll have a dialogue on the matter, and indeed Mr. Papadopoulos will provide all necessary answers, but we should know where we stand precisely. I don't want to speak long because when given a microphone I can speak continuously for hours on end. Let me say that I'd like to profusely thank you for being here today. The quorum has been verified upon entrance in this room, so we can start the proceedings for today. Today we'll have the opportunity to examine in a documented way the progress of implementation of all Home Affairs funds cases, the prerequisites that safeguard transparency, the upskilling of all stakeholders, what you need that is, and basic aspects that have an effect on the efficiency and effectiveness of our interventions. We shall talk about the enhancement of funds, as the Minister in the European Commission said, for the next years, and we thank you for this, even though technocratically speaking, we know that it would be more difficult for you to break things down. That is, you could, for technocratic reasons, you opted for channeling the funds after December and not doing it now. It is more practical for you, a little bit more difficult for us, but for all intents and purposes, thank you very much. We need to be on the same page there. Perhaps we would have wanted to have these funds available more readily because we complied to the letter, especially for the midterm review. You opted for one uniform choice. The sums were mentioned, and they'll be mentioned many times, so I shan't repeat. And we'll have here the presentation of performance reports for the AMIF and the BMBI program that we all know. That is the border and visa management instrument. And finally, we'll have an appraisal of the previous programming period, 2014-2020, which constitutes an invaluable guide for the planning of both present and future strategies. Let me say about this period, for one, to have an idea about the magnitude and understand difficulty, that even though in this country 3.5 billion euros was spent in the period 2014-2020 on migration, the big part of this fund, that is the biggest part, 2.8 billion if I'm not mistaken, was a sum managed by big international organizations under direct procedures approach. In 21-27, almost all funds, 2.1 billion invested in migration, will be managed by the gentleman sitting next to me. All that before January. I'm telling you this to let you know about the difficulties that we have in public administration sometimes, which can actually bring about procrastinations or difficulty, delays. I'm telling you this because when in an organization from 600 million in 10 years, you actually bring in 2.1 billion in 7, let me remind one and all that we're here today in order to make an appraisal of the period 2014-2020, 6 years after that. Now, not only for Greece, but for the entirety of Europe, this is the date of closure of the previous programming period, 6 years after its completion. In this closure, we had about 600 million. The same persons are now called upon to manage 2.1 billion with important help. But again, sometimes it's only to be expected on the part of people to criticize. But they should be constructive and contain proposals. That is, what would I like you to do instead? What do I see as difficulty? How could we contribute in a better way to this common effort? regarding a common European problem. In this country, after the success of the last years, migration is now the 7th, the 8th, or the 9th topic of importance to great citizens in all surveys. In other member states, it's number 1 and number 2. Governments rise and fall because of the migration crisis. So the importance of the management of migration, which is extremely important for Europe, starts here, in this country and from this country. And in this country, we should try to find solutions faster rather than try to highlight problems. It is with these words that I would like to officially open the 4th Monitoring Committee meeting. And after verifying quorum and after taking for granted that all of you agree that in this hybrid world we have hybrid threats in a hybrid world and hybrid solutions as a result. And therefore, accordingly, we can attend the Monitoring Committee meeting remotely using video conferencing systems. So we have attendance attending remotely. I suppose that nobody objects to people attending remotely. So let us proceed to keep within the time limit because we have started with a delay. So we have verified quorum. We have heard the introduction of the General Secretary and Mr. Papadopoulos. We have had the introductory addresses. Are we to approve the items on the agenda and approve the minutes of the previous Monitoring Committee meeting, the 3rd one? Let's start in reverse. Is there anyone among you who does not approve the items on the agenda today? Thank you very much. How about the minutes of the 3rd meeting? Let me remind you all that today's meeting is meeting number 4. So the minutes have been uploaded. I trust that all of you have seen them on Diavlos. So let's go to horizontal topics. Please, I want to stand corrected. That's why you're here. If I make a mistake, please correct me. So horizontal topics, we'll hear the head of the managing authority, the Special Coordination and Management Service, Home Affairs Funds. Mr. Ioannis Papadopoulos. ACVME, we have an acronym, a condensed one. Thank you very much. Thank you, General Secretary, for giving me the floor. I would like to welcome you in my turn to today's Monitoring Committee meeting. It is the 4th one that we have managed to call for this programming period. And we have exceeded the times of meetings that we had in the previous period. In the previous period, we had 3. Now we're having 4. Thank you very much for the turnout here today. This is an honor for us. It is a hot day today, and I understand that there are difficulties because of that. But I trust that there is great interest. So I shall start without further ado. I hope that it works this time perfectly. Let me remind you that the system of management comprises these 4 bodies that you can see here, according to the Common Provisions Regulation 1060 of the year 2021 of the European Union. We need to have a managing authority, a control authority, and we have 2 intermediate bodies appointed by Greece, which is EDEAP from the Civil Protection Office and the Certification Authority, a differentiation The certification authority is an accounting authority, but just because we trust this service a lot. We wanted to carry out these duties for our funds too, and we would like to thank them very much for the very fruitful collaboration that we've had. We need them to be by our side. They help us. And the European Commission approves. Of course, we have the European Commission monitoring this system. I will agree with Panos on the fact that we've had an excellent collaboration. Sometimes we become a nuisance because we ask for things or we request things. I suppose it's all right. That is why they've been appointed program managers, I suppose. They are always there. They answer. They help us. And I would like to thank the two represented here and those who follow through teleconference. As I said before, and I'm very fond of showing information because the course of managing authority since 2017, when we had the first monitoring committee, I had the honor, in fact, to attend all monitoring committee meetings up until today. I think that during all the meetings we have discussed significant topics, and we are in constant deliberations with everyone involved in this committee and in daily life as well. We are keen on listening to your opinions, and of course, if you were to point out errors, you would be most welcome because criticism enables improvement. So we are having this meeting in this historic venue hotel at the center of Athens. The center of Athens with its advantages and disadvantages. For all intents and purposes, however, the venue is quite convenient for all the ESPA central services that are accommodated nearby. So we opted for this venue because we wanted to have them travel a short distance. I am glad that they are here. Before I start my comments, I would like to make two announcements that I believe would be interesting for you to hear today, so that project promoters know. In the period before the previous monitoring committee and up until today, our service proceeded to two amendments of the manual of the management and control system, the MCS, with important interventions required. They didn't used to exist, but were responded to expressed need after important deliberation with international organizations. At least the two big ones involved in migration, the UNHCR and the IOM. We discussed the annexes to the specific objectives and the templates that we sign and incorporate in our national law with the special exemptions they have in the regulation. We scrutinized all the annexes and we came up with an annex that we have agreed upon with them and we'll use it. We'll be using it now for approvals. We have important instructions regarding corrections, checklist, and lately, a few days ago, we had the non-awarding authorities contracts directive. This has to do with NGOs and the prerequisites for them to use a process that is like the one of public procedures according to the regulatory framework. And of course, I would like to thank Mr. Soulkidis for that. We have worked together and we had an on-the-spot verification list compiled. It includes what the fundamental rights officer checks in the on-the-spot checks. Let me remind you, I said it during the previous Monitoring Committee meeting, the Fundamental Rights Officer in the ad hoc verifications of the Home Affairs funds on the basis of the fund regulation, the report is included. It is optional, so the FRO writes a report, which means that this independent FRO chooses to participate in certain actions and has a say in verification checks, and everything is written down officially. And lately, this has taken a form which is more regular and comprises very specific questions. It's an important amendment that makes us feel safer because we know precisely what is happening and in what way. And I would like to thank you very much.
Επίσης, μια δεύτερη ανακοίνωση που θέλω να κάνω είναι ότι
A second announcement that I'd like to make is that by initiative of Greece in our service, the countries of Southern European Union and the Balkans were invited to participate in a technical network, and all countries responded, aiming at exchanging know-how, best practices for us to have common publicity actions, field visits, conferences, and now, on the basis of the answers that we have received from all the countries that you can see, Portugal, Spain, France, Italy, Malta, Croatia, Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Cyprus, using the order of them up as mentioning the countries. Kostadina, perhaps I should have started in reverse to mention you first because you are here anyway, attending. So in September in Athens, we'll have the first meeting of this network, enacting operational procedures and rules. This is an important initiative that the European Commission has embraced, and already we have proceeded, all member states have proceeded to that. Mr. Kyprianou, the General Secretary, is here today to take part in all the discussions that we'll have. Tomorrow, we have 10 colleagues from Croatia who will come to look at our FRC's, First Reception Centres. This is a good initiative embraced by all, and it will bring us a lot of know-how. Let's talk about the course of implementation, item number 1 on the agenda. I'd like to say that I've been trying to reduce the time that I have to speak during a meeting in order to give more time to colleagues from different services. I'll say a few things because heads of units will elaborate afterwards. Let me say that in the service we have excellent executives, and I have the honor to work together with excellent heads of units. So I will allow time for them to elaborate on different topics, and if there are questions, we'll be here to discuss it. I'll say 2 basic things to show you how, over time, we have approached the check and control of expenses. There's a problem with the slides, says the speaker. The date is missing. I think it's 2017. So the service was established in 2017. For all intents and purposes, for every year up until last year, the expenses forms checked and audited have taken this form. We hesitantly started the absorption of migration funds in the previous programming period for many reasons, but now we have both the know-how and the capacity, and this applies to the beneficiaries as well. Even though up to now we've had low absorption for 2025, it is certain to increase and will reach the goals set by the end of 2025. This is a technical matter because we had to work out some institutional issues of not great significance. So in the forthcoming months, we expect a great increase of absorption. I'm not alarmed by the low absorption at the beginning of the year. I am absolutely certain that we'll reach our goals and go beyond that. I'm trying to show you the big work that is done here by the managing authority, the IB, the beneficiaries. For us to have absorption, this means that there are some beneficiaries who work and do things, and we would like to thank them very much. And in fact, they've been doing things right for us to accept what they propose. So it's a system that functions overall, and we trust that it will only get better because all of us keep working on our capacity. Talking about AMIF and BMVI, let me show you the absorption rates on the basis of request for payment in the European Union. Here, fortunately, we have the dates filled in. Let me say here that many times we hear criticism about absorption. Some people say that our absorption is low. Others say that you don't have the claims, for example, published. For all intents and purposes, numbers speak louder than words, I suppose. The European Commission is here. Whoever would like to question figures, let them do it. It will be quite entertaining because the European Commission is here. They know, they see, they verify. In the SFC, you have accepted all the claims, if I remember correctly, and we have a track record of very good absorption and good absorption not only in number of accounts, but quality and the expenses included. Indeed, AMIF has had a very satisfactory absorption. We had said this on day one of fund activation. Let me remind you that before the funds in 2022, if memory serves, before the activation of the funds, when we submitted proposals, we had informed about the lack of funds in AMIF. We had expected that. The time has come for us to do something about it. The midterm, as a minister and as the General Secretary said, help, the pact helps. But in any case, here we need to understand that we need to save on funds, to have more funds enter. And all of us need to work together to untie this Gordian knot. This is doing well, the BMVI, that is, it has a very big budget. It has expenses with multi-annual course of implementation, big procurements, with many years of implementation because of tender procedures and because of contract execution. For example, a ship for the Coast Guard, in order to reach contracting, takes a long period of time for the ship to be built. You don't buy it off the shelf. I had realized that, it goes without saying, before I joined the service. But when I joined, I really saw for myself how difficult it is to embark on this process, how time-consuming it is, how many things need to be done. That about covers it for the course of implementation. The heads of sections will give you details. Let me say a few things about the amendments. I'll show you what Panos from the European Commission said during his presentation. Until the end of the year, indeed, we need to complete the review of the sums approved for allocation and some changes that we want to make in order to increase the funds for AMIF. We've had both phone and contact in writing with the European Commission, and yesterday we sent the first drafts. I trust that you received them. I don't know if you've had time to read them, but you've definitely received them. In the very near future, we'll have a discussion about how we'll agree on the drafts of the pact. I'll say a few generic things today about them, but of course, documents will be sent to the monitoring committee once we have completed the discussion with the European Commission. We'll submit them for our approval. We would have liked to have done this by today, but today we'll talk about things in principle, and you will have the pleasure and the opportunity to make comments, of course. As the regulation dictates, you'll be able to make written comments. I don't know whether I should mention what it reads on the slide. You can see MTR stands for Midterm Review. So it's the award that every member state gets because it has managed by the end of 2024 to consume 10% of its initial allocation. Our country was among the first ones to achieve this in AMIF and BMVI. We didn't manage to do this in the ISF, as it was said, and we'll see how to correct this in the next years in order to avoid the consequences of not reaching the percentages of absorption needed, and of course the pact. And we have received a little gift for Schengen actions that came as an add-on, and we are glad because all member states were given something. 421 million European contribution, together with a national one, 553 million extra, mainly regarding BMVI, not by decision of Greece, but by decision of the European Commission. That is why, just because we want to turn our attention to AMIF at this moment in time, not because BMVI is something that we're not very fond of. No, on the contrary. We treat all funds equally, but at the moment, AMIF is the one that presents shortages of fund. Both we and the European Commission agree on that. So even though the initial allocation is like this, and in order not to change the balance of the overall budget because of the BMVI, we have this to show you, the slide. It's a snapshot of the AMIF shortages until the end of the programming period. It appears that it amounts to 1.4 billion euros. So there'll be a technical transfer. You'll see we'll submit forms. So one fund will transfer some sums to another fund, the other fund, on condition that no fund will decrease. Both will have an increase. We won't adversely affect any action. All actions will continue. We don't expect 100% absorption in BMVI, and there's no reason at this moment in time when AMIF has shortages to have funds remain stagnant. So we'll have this movement or transfer of funds, as you can see in the slide, and the actions that have been approved will continue as overbooking, all of them. Let me repeat, for us to see which of them will manage to achieve a positive outcome. So, at the end of the programming period, here will be to discuss what needs to be done for everything to be covered. The totals of the funds will remain increased, both of them, so this committee will know that we have the actions approved. They'll continue, and all those approved by the Pact will be add-on actions to be pursued. This is the strategy that we'll present analytically in the templates that we'll send you. Of course, if there are any queries, we're here to answer. Of course, after agreeing on the templates with the European Commission. And I'll go to the last comment that regards the enabling conditions. What we are talking about and is of interest today. Let me mention what enabling conditions we're talking about. We habitually talk about fundamental rights, but enabling conditions are three, not only fundamental rights. We have the effective mechanism for public procurements. It's the Charter, of course, the Fundamental Rights Charter, and the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability is the third one. These are the three terms that we have gathered here to discuss, among other things, and we are expecting your comments with great interest. Let me say that the role of this committee is not to opine on whether one violates public procurements. It goes without saying that there can be complaints. Our role is to see if we have mechanisms in place. This is our basic function, and for this purpose, we would welcome your input in order to see things and cross-check.
As to public procurements, I think that there is not much to say. Greece has introduced many pieces of legislation that make monitoring mechanisms proper. The Ministry for the Economy and Finances and ASA, I think that's the name of the service, is the leader in this effort. So they follow things closely, they inform us. We have done a great job, and it's a basic enabling condition for all funds, the ESPA funds as well. And for our funds, the Home Affairs funds, we have some more specific provisions after deliberations and consultation with NGOs. And now we proceed to the fourth enabling condition, people with disabilities. The third one will be mentioned last. So let me say that our unit focuses a lot on this enabling condition. And again, ASA of the Ministry of Economy and Finance is leading the way. They have done a great job. They have given us a lot of tools for monitoring. They have passed laws with the Greek obligations, and we are very much focused on this. Indeed, we have tired our beneficiaries with issues of accessibility to the point, I might say, that even the European Commission says, come on, don't exaggerate that much. No, okay. To a point that indeed we wanted to be proper and meet this obligation. For example, accessibility for accommodation centers. We follow things closely as regards approval, verifications, and also in the public services. Whatever we fund, we focus on these issues. That is accessibility with the proper ramps and so on and so forth, but also accessibility of people with other types of disabilities, whatever this means. And of course, we have some targeted actions, Some actions are being discussed, for example, like support and we are working on legislation of this program for vulnerable groups of the population and people with disabilities, and we are still waiting for this wonderful evolvement for the future. Now, the third enabling condition, fundamental rights, coming back to the third one. As mentioned before, Greece as a country has wonderful legislation because we have this special compliance committee and we have described in detail its tasks. You have received under full transparency the minutes, full minutes of the meetings of this committee. We have received them 10 days ago, but anyway, it is a wealth of material and you can get into details on the issues the Commission has been involved in during its 2-year operation. And of course, these are the tasks, monitoring of procedures, ensuring, investigating complaints, cooperation with this Commission, with us, that is, because they send reports to us, and of course they cooperate with the Fundamental Rights Officer. Later, Mr. Solkidis will mention more about this issue. So we do have legislation. Wonderful job has been done in this commission. It is an independent group assisting us. We respect them. We monitor what they do. And I think that they are doing a great job. We have received the minutes. We will study them and see whether there is an action we have to take. A couple of observations in their report mean that we need not to question to send a question to the beneficiaries, but anyway, they have done a great job. They held 10 minutes. You have received everything. Let me cut the long story short. And of course, we have the Fundamental Rights Officer who has sent reports to us. That's the number of the reports. These are the reports. We have some complaints. You can see the number of complaints. We have studied them. These reports have been sent to various units. We think that this procedure has followed the regulations. We respect this institution. We have received no complaint to investigate. There was only one complaint for the Coast Guard, but this issue is already discussed, and the European Commission is aware of this publication of Financial Times. We investigated this case as well. That's the only complaint that came to us. The other complaints went to the two independent bodies, and I think that they have studied the issue in details. Everything is at your disposal, and we are waiting for your comments. Now, before finishing with fundamental rights, allow me to say that we have received a letter with some reports by Mr. Mourourakis and Mr. Economou, members of this committee. I would like to say that we thank them very much. And we have also received a report Fury, I don't know how to pronounce this. We studied this report as well. Just a couple of words. We haven't sent an answer. I think that it would be wise to make some comments here today and discuss the issue here. I think that Greece has managed very well the Hague III obligation as regards fundamental rights. I really believe this. I also believe that the MA, over and above the independent bodies I mentioned, and of course you can check on this. Just go to the system and the manuals and you'll see how seriously we take fundamental rights into consideration. For all actions approved, we have an extensive dialogue with the beneficiary about this obligation on fundamental rights. We really believe in this. Moreover, and I want you, or rather, this is the first thing we need to understand. We take this into serious consideration. When I read these reports, I don't agree with everything, but we don't have to agree with everything. It's important that we get these reports, and with some issues I agree. For example, some people say that the monitoring committee is not very well opened up to NGOs. I don't know whether there are member states that have NGOs with full rights sitting in the monitoring committees. Let me remind you that we have 4 different compositions in this committee. One for horizontal issues for everybody, so we have civil society bodies. Then we have another composition for AMIF, and some partners participate. NGOs that are partners, and another one for BMVI and ISF, and NGOs says that they have no participation in this composition. I think this is the criticism they voice. Well, I don't want to hide. I disagree with them. Maybe I'm wrong, and we are here to have a discussion, and the European Commission is here too. They have sent us a document as well. But let me remind you that when programs were approved by the European Commission, there were no NGOs in the monitoring committee. But anyway, in any case, I have to say that the horizontal enabling condition 3 on fundamental rights belongs to the horizontal issues, even if it is an ISF or a BMVI action. So everybody has a voice for all mistakes or shortcomings, even in the case of BMVI. I want this to be clear. Maybe there is a misunderstanding. Some people think that if they want to say something for the horizontal condition 4, they cannot do it. Yes, they can do it. They can do it for everything because it's something horizontal. Now, another issue I would like to touch upon is that I read the letter in detail. This letter about Turkey and the safe third country. Anyway, things were mentioned by our minister. Our country has taken the proper legal steps. The action you mentioned is no longer part of the program for other reasons, because the core didn't fare well. We couldn't find people to staff the project. So this is why we no longer have this action. Maybe those that wrote the letter missed this. Anyway, that's not important. The essence is that what they ask for is not something we can provide in our service. Now, as to legal aid, I read it in detail. I will come back to this because I think that it's quite a rational comment made by these 2 people. And I think that partly they are right. So yes, we could add the oral hearing, though I would like to stress that we have some individualized hearing. The advocates, for example, have to confirm that they are there if necessary, even though this is not in the joint ministerial decision, even though they are not paid. A lawyer on the register told me that a proper lawyer, a lawyer that respects his work, has to go there anyway. But anyway, I think that there is some logic in this comment, and we could have a further discussion on this and do something about it. But let me say that this action is being implemented with great respect to human rights. Our lawyers on the registry work very well, and I think that even in the monitoring visit tomorrow in the ministry, you will have a relevant discussion. That's all I had to say about the fundamental rights, and I don't know whether the Fundamental Rights Officer would like to say something on this. Thank you very much. Now, as to administrative capacity, we mentioned these measures in the previous monitoring committee meeting. I have nothing to add. Thank you. Thank you for being brief, Mr. Papadopoulos. I tried hard. Yes, I have seen this before. I will be brief, just 1 hour. Anyway, now, before moving on to the IDEAP head, and since you see things are not equal, well, in the Coast Guard, we're very happy to have the Ministry for Shipping and Insular Policy here. Now, somebody asked for the floor. If you could see the photos of the meetings of the monitoring committee, this person would always be there. Manolis, Secretary General for Insular Policy, Mr. Koutoulakis, that is. He has joined us online, and he would like to say a few things. And I would like to say hello. We cannot see who has joined. Okay, yes, we can see him now. Hello. So you were always here. We always had him on the photos. So I would just like to give him the floor, and maybe you would like to say something about the funds. You have the floor. Good morning. Good morning to everybody. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Quite briefly, I feel that since the two ministries and the units with the ministry and the headquarters live together, because we have the necessity to work together on the field, but we also need to see why these funds serve not just a European policy, but a real need of the member states, especially for Greece lately. So I would like to go back to our previous experience right from day one. Now, my hair has become gray, but anyway, I need to say that it's not just tact, but I would like to personally thank you, Manus, and your predecessors, but the whole unit, the whole service, because you mentioned the difficulties initially, and then Mr. Papadopoulos mentioned these difficulties faced by him and his team. Obviously, we stand by you, not just for fiscal programming targets, but we have this continuous need because we live with the consequences of the right or wrong decisions, legal or illegal decisions for the traffickers, of course. We manage the impact. We have to manage human lives at sea initially, and undoubtedly this is what we do. So the role of the Coast Guard is very, very specific and very well defined with full transparency, and the important support, financial support we got has made us reach a point to have modern means. Of course, we need to work harder, but funding has to be flexible enough to meet the changing needs. And also the geography of the problem changes. You know very well that the migration policies keep changing. You work with policies, we work with the impact, and it seems that there are differences in geography, different locations. Southern Crete, for example, let me mention this, and you'll realize what it means. So we need to have a coast guard that would be able to deal with issues, but we have huge challenges. We need to be brave, not just as regards the amounts, but we need to be clear as to whom we should support and how. And I listened carefully, Mr. Papadopoulos. Everybody has a role to play, but let us not forget the role of those that protect human lives at sea. They protect the European borders. And of course, the civil society is welcome if they are here to help. We have some excellent examples of NGOs in Greece that have worked hard, and they fully help us as to the humanitarian part of reception. And not only this, but we need to call a spade, because sometimes we have a multifactorial and asymmetric risk against the lives, human lives, and we need to be strict with those that take advantage of human lives. But at the same time, since there is a blow dealt to European regions from high migratory inflows, we need to mention the social part, and meaning the humanitarian part. I represent the General Secretariat that plays no visible role, as will be mentioned later. But as you know, we have the upgrading and the social welfare, if I might say so, for our officers that work in very, very difficult conditions. For example, we could just upgrade the personal protection means. This is great for us to do our job. I mean specific and special equipment for our teams. And quite recently, we had another procurement, and thank you very much, and we will do what it takes to have the right absorption for some vessels, patrolling vessels, and vessels that are multi-purpose, that help out at open seas, but also in patrolling and border control. We know the difficulties, but we would like to publicly thank the European Commission for accepting to fund this intervention. With flexible means, we could be able to offer services to people after shipwrecks, and of course some of them are done, it is done on purpose, so we can help these people and help people living on islands. And let us not forget people working at the Coast Guard, because sometimes they are faced with difficulties. We don't say it publicly because this is what we have to do, but sometimes there are traumas. Some of our people are wounded, and we need to help them out. So we have these specific vessels. This is an add-on to our fleet. And this is a good practice, a best practice. I think that the European Commission has to see what happens in other member states, because it's a best practice. And indeed, the specs were made by both medical staff and the Coast Guard. And I would like to point out the wonderful cooperation. Mr. Christofis is here all through these years. We work in common. A very well-known person, yes. I don't know, for better or worse, we are seniors here. Maybe because, well, I would like to say that he has done a lot for the completion of some critical projects having to do with sea surveillance, because still this is a critical factor. Conditions change, so we need to be flexible. We have to have simplified procedures. I know that the European Commission has proposed horizontal actions for simplification, and as to human rights, fundamental rights, please have no doubts. Together with the General Secretariat, we just confirm what happens. Of course, we respect human lives. at all stages and in all conditions created by some. And of course, the Coast Guard, the Hellenic Coast Guard, is not impersonal. On the contrary, and on the islands know about it very well. As to the new equipments, without the Home Affairs funds, we wouldn't have this important upgrade. So please, let's capitalize on this experience for the next programming period. Unfortunately, this phenomenon goes on, but we need to be adjustable and change procedures and work faster. And I would like to warmly thank you again. This is heartfelt. You are but a few, but you are honorable people. And from my service and under the ministry, we needed to cover the needs. These needs are not just 5 lines in a text written 7 years ago. We need to be very flexible to change things if needed. And we know that this is going to happen. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Secretary General. Now, I will add that flexibility is of essence because times change and everything changes for better or worse, and sometimes it changes drastically. Now, in the fund, we needed to follow changes that are local, supra-local, European or international. But flexibility has to be a two-way thing. If we have these priorities 7 years ago are not the priorities of today. But unfortunately or fortunately, since we are finishing this program, we are after the mid of the period, we cannot have add-ons. So in many cases, when you see that there are new priorities, the modus operandi has changed or something has changed anyway, obviously they need to adjust their requests, but this doesn't mean that this is always additive. It could be additive in one direction, but taking things out in another case, because for some funds, we only have limited funds, and we cannot cover every new need independently. So you could make modifications, not just with new approvals, but maybe we could take some programs or projects out that are immature, quote unquote, or cannot be completed. As far as we know, there is going to be a next funding period, so something that is not a priority today could be later approved. Of course, this is not for the Coast Guard. Okay, I just used this occasion after Manolis, who said that things change. We have a program of 2021, now it's 2026, and indeed you needed to change some things, especially if we haven't even started. And something else that's important, from now on, we are not going to only judge on financial absorption, that is, the financial frame of a contract, but we will also focus on quality, that is, the physical spectrum, because we all realize that if you get money for services, it's obvious that financially absorption will be high. The point is, as we reach the completion of the programs, and unfortunately or fortunately, after the excellent absorption we had, is whether all these programs need to continue, because they also have an impact, a real impact, a quality impact, not just quantity, because many of our programs are services, and there will definitely be absorption for services. So this is for the future. Maturity is good in some cases, and actually I would like to apologize. Mr. Papadopoulos showed us this effectiveness of the absorption. Maybe I was not fair to BMVI, because if you see the diagrams, BMVI has low absorption in comparison to AMIF, but if it is compared to other programs running in parallel, especially ESPA programs, the absorption is quite satisfactory. Why? Because BMVI, as aptly mentioned by Mr. Papadopoulos, is a program that has procurement, it has tenders, things that fortunately or unfortunately have delays in delivery and delays in completion. This is we have other type of absorption similar to procurement programs. AMIF focuses on services. Services are delivered every day to the benefit of the beneficiaries, foreigner citizens in our country, and in this sense, its absorption is higher. So AMIF has no procurement, or it only has a few. So this is how things are justified. And the European Commission has confirmed this. And apologies not just for what Fanny said. He was right, because we got a top-up after the midterm review, even for BMVI, meaning that we hit our targets. We didn't do that well, and I saw you smiled, as regards ISF. But allow me to say that there are critical tenders there, because it's internal safety, so we have some national security issues there. But anyway, don't be too upset. I'm always optimistic. Let's keep in mind that even if things were fine with ISF, the reinforcement we would get at the midterm review because of the low amount would be even lower. What was extra from your contribution, thank you very much for Schengen, we got more in comparison to what we would get for a positive midterm review for ISF. So this is why we are very much satisfied. Would you like to say something about the Coast Guard? And then Mr. Kriazis from the Hellenic Police, representing the Secretary General as well. So I would like to welcome you all to this meeting. I would like to thank you personally for our cooperation, the cooperation between the headquarters of the Coast Guard and the Ministry and Mr. Papadopoulos all through these years. I would like to thank everybody present who has worked with us on issues of common interest. And I would like to confirm what Mr. Kotulakis said about the role of the Coast Guard for the protection of sea borders, the Greek sea borders, and therefore the EU sea borders, but also on issues of internal security and, of course, research, saving lives, transporting patients. Of course, we respect human rights. We work with IOM. We always try to be as better trained as possible. The projects you mentioned are very important for the Coast Guard, for its effective work. More effective because, geopolitical conditions have been changing radically, especially in the last years. Every year we have a different geopolitical environment. As mentioned by Mr. Kotulakis, we have inflows from Libya, and we have geometrical growth of these streams, and the situation in Eastern Mediterranean, and some crisis for the future as well. So we have to be ready. We need to have the right technology to meet the challenge, and we need digitization in our ministry as far as possible for transactions with citizens and other units. Thank you very much again. Your work is very important because without equipment we cannot become better technologically and better deal with the challenges now and in the future. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your cooperation and the stamina of the Hellenic Coast Guard. You have a double role to play on the field. And I would also like to thank the Secretary General, Mr. Glimis, who is the other arm. And I had his capacity for 4 years, and I know what you suffer every day. I would like to thank you indeed for the way you deal with the difficult situation you are faced with every day. I think that we could help you out in your daily needs as much as possible, because together with NGOs or the international organizations, you know, we have the field. The field is what counts, and this is where we are all judged. What tools we have in our hands to help you, because we offer services to fellow human beings, and this is what you do every day. Congratulations. Yes, please. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I would like to say good morning to you all. The reception and identification service of the Ministry of Migration and Asylum is the reason why we are all here today. We are the receivers of all these efforts. So I would like to ensure you that our staff tries as hard as it gets to meet the commitments of our country and the government, but also we have some personal wishes as well. All members of staff personally want to work hard. We work 24 hours a day at the ministry. We try to make full use of the last cent available coming from the union or the state budget. And we want to be honest in the way we do this. Of course, there are many problems on the field that do not depend on us. You know very well that we host people with a completely different mentality. They have their own problems. We always stand by them. In humanitarian terms, we try to do whatever it takes. We keep trying, and I would like to confirm what was said by the president today, the presiding officer today, and we try to say, I would like to congratulate the people working at the centers. In the 7 months I have been a Secretary General, I have to say that there was no problem thanks to them. And of course, thanks to the financial support through Mr. Papadopoulos, we exert pressure on him all the time. But anyway, above, you mean space-wise? Yes, yes. I would like to thank you all, and I could not omit thanking the Coast Guard, and of course, operations are well known to me, but quite recently I felt my adrenaline running when I visited the island of Rhabdos. And you know, in this period we have these increased flows from the southern corridor, and the Ministry of Migration, of course, is present in times of crisis. So I went to Iraklion, Rethymnon, Chania, island of Crete, and then down to the island of Rhabdos to see exactly what's happening there. There was research and salvage, and you know, these wonderful guys, allow me to call them wonderful guys, brave guys, the brave guys of the Coast Guard actually worked hard. They did more. They went beyond the call of duty with difficult weathers and outside working hours. Let us not forget this, outside working hours. There are no working hours for these people. And for many of us, we stay till late at night working in the ministry because we have dates. And we have the deputy minister who is with us. And I would like to thank her for being always there, exerting pressure on us. So, to finish, I would like to thank the Coast Guard. I would like to thank you all. And be sure that we make our best efforts to meet the challenges and meet the expectations of our country and our citizens and the Hellenic government. Thank you very much. Thank you, colleague. Mr. Kriazis, I'm under the impression that the Hellenic police, and I used your time to give the floor to others, will never take the floor. That's unfair. I let the Coast Guard speak, then I interrupted. So as a moderator here, I have to apologize for this. Yes, apologies from me, because the Hellenic police is important. Without them, we wouldn't have this calmness we have now. As I mentioned before, the people we offer accommodation to, they have various problems. They explain things in their different ways, and we're always there with the presence and the self-sacrifice of the Hellenic police they do wonderful work, and we have this type of calmness in the 25,000 of people that are there. Sometimes we have 30 or 35,000 people we accommodate. Thank you very much. Hellenic police is something great for us. Great respect. Thank you very much for your warm words. Let me clarify that I represent the Secretary General for Public Order, and I would like to convey his greetings. Due to previous commitments, he was unable to attend. Nevertheless, I am also the director of IDEAP, which is the MA for the European and Development Programs. So there is transparency here. I only have one voting right, not two, as the Secretary General of the Ministry. Now, the director of IDEAP, we have Mr. Iliopoulos Konstantinos, who has this voting right, and he is also responsible for BMVI. So I think I could start with the presentation of the MA. I will just try to show you the delegations, budget delegations, absorptions, landmarks, and the development of the various actions so far, and the expectations for the next absorption landmarks. Now, for the programming period 21-27, the app was the IB for managing the various funds, the AMIF, the BMVI, and the ISF. The app is under the Ministry for the Protection of the Citizen, works with many units. Secretariat General for Public Order, the headquarters of the Hellenic Police, which is represented by Mr. Kalogeros Haralambos, SKS, which is the National Coordination Center for Border Surveillance, IDEAP itself, Secretariat General for Anti-Crime Policies, who is a new actor, especially for ISF. And then, as you know, this General Secretariat has the whole jail system of Greece within its remit. And now we are trying to cut the relations of people with severe sentences, of people that committed organized crimes. We needed to cut them off from people outside the jails to avoid further operations by them. So we know that these 2.5 million were taken out of the budget for the Hellenic Police to support the Anti-Crime Policy General Secretariat. A new player is also the General Secretariat of critical entities and critical infrastructures, which is still being staffed and organized. As we all realize, they will need some funding from the ISF. So far, with 3 ministerial decisions, the MA has delegated to us after applications, and there are more than 3 applications, but anyway, we were delegated budget for 64 actions, PMVI 31 national actions, 158 sub-projects, and TA, AMIF, 3 national actions, 22 sub-projects, 71.9 million. At ISF, 21 national actions, 96 sub-projects, 53.7 million, out of which 3 national actions for BMVI are continuing from the previous programming period with a total budget of 42 million, and 2 national actions, AMIF, continuing from the previous programming period with a budget of 46.8 million euro. Especially for AMIF, we have 8.4 vehicle, 22 million for the pre-removed center, 3.7 legal aid, 25 million for operational enhancement, especially hiring and training and role pay for border guards, 6 million for returns, 6.1 million for the RICAMAS system, and 1.6 technical aid, technical assistance, TA. BMVI, the lion's share. Buildings, 10 million. Payroll, 190. Integrated system for border surveillance, 21.1 million, 72.6 million for vehicles, 27 surveillance training too, and the encrypted system for border areas, 49 million, designs and studies for staff management, and the entry system, operation and IT systems, 41.9 million euro. As to ISF, we have actions such as digitization, software, 25.5. First responders in Athens and Thessaloniki, that's a pilot program for collecting information from the field, management of information to the relevant services. This system is already operational for specialized units, especially as regards the organized crime and intelligence services. Training too, 826,000 best practices, equipment 14.4, vehicles 413, buildings and infrastructure 490, the rest, and 1.4 million TA. As to some special actions for 21-27 implemented by the app, we have 5 specific actions of BMVI of 40.7 million. EKAI, first of all, to support the Greek police to implement the interoperability framework, and the status of the specific action is that we have submitted a request for extension till the end of 2027 to take on board the technical guidelines issued by the European Commission. Next action, Sirene, enhancing Sirene. Sirene is already there. So we have also submitted an extension request for both actions to go out in the same tender, EKAI and Sirene together. Then e-surveillance. This is the electronic system of surveillance at the northwest borders mainly. This is a request of the European Commission too, to be able to cover the basic way out of secondary flows that are not identified in mainland Greece, and they could go through this route through Albania or North Macedonia to the rest of the European Union. The status of the specific action is that now we are trying in our ministry to change the legal framework as regards personal data. So, you know, the specific means you have UGVs and radars to identify persons and other modern means. For them to be used, we need to know the impact and a very, very specific legal regime for the protection of personal data. The next BMVI action is reaction, surveillance of northern and eastern borders with the use of UAVs and UGVs, and data collection actions on the field with the use of artificial intelligence. The first pilot will run at Chania with specialized staff in July 2025, and we are trying now to change the legal framework again as regards personal data, to have the right to draft the right impact report on personal data, and we need the legal framework for the use of AI by the Hellenic police, which is not in place yet in our ministry, and efforts are being made in this direction. There is also another request till the end of 2027. This is an extension. And finally, increasing capabilities to surveil land and sea borders, Frontex, the extension request till December 2027, and the status, it's quite progressed. We are a little, in a couple of days, we will sign the first procurement. Now, ISF.
A very innovative action for Greek police. The budget is 168,000 euros in conjunction with many Greek universities and the police of Cyprus, if memory serves. The role of this action is to develop technology and purchase and procurement of armaments for a dome of protection against UAVs, drones. Protect Dome is the title of this action. The status? It is at a stage of legal framework adaptation for GDPR or preliminary study, impact preliminary study for these data. Now, from the Ministry of Citizen Protection, what was chosen was the allocation or distribution, rather, of actions to many project promoters in order to achieve better times for the completion of these actions. At first, 19 national actions and a special action were under the HRADF, the HCAP as we call it now. Following the proposal of IDEAP for specific reasons that we'll elaborate in due course, there is a new allocation to a SIP of 2 national actions and 3 national actions and 2 special ones. There were delays, and we proposed that we turn to the project promoter in order to expedite and the basic service of the ministry, procurement service under the Citizen Protections Ministry, the remainder 33 national actions and another 3 for maturation and implementation. And so we reach a landmark, the first landmark that we came across for the programming period 21-27, 31st of December 2024. The previous speakers talked about the fact that on December 31st, 2024, the goal was 10% absorption for all funds. Unfortunately, however, in ISF, we had payments, but we don't have certifications for technical reasons. There are some clarifications that we want from the European Commission concerning a specific action. 0.6 was the overall percentage of absorption in ISF, 11.4 in AMIF, mainly for payroll of border guards of term contracts, improved removal centers, forced returns, We all know, and we received certain comments and remarks on the part of the European Commission because of making too many recruitments of border guards. But we need to understand that lately we've been under considerable pressure, migratory pressure, that is, and it would be very difficult for Greek society to keep moving police staff from cities or from different provinces of Greece, from Greek society, that is, to leave Greek society exposed to any criminality that is out there in every place, so as to tackle the problem of irregular migration alone when we have common borders to guard. In BMVI, we managed an even greater absorption rate, recruitment, payroll, and training of border guards of term contracts for the surveillance of borders in different areas. This is the difference between them and the definite period pre-removal centers term guards. As peace and KIT, that is, first reception centers actions, money is spent on movement of border guards and police, men and women from different places in order to cope with ad hoc needs when need be in this period of time that we're talking about, or should any other problem occur, in order to face the problem in the most suitable way. The implementation of the physical scope and the financial scope, we understand that the programming period is 21-27, but we can have the N+2 and go to the 31st of December 2029, according to provisions. Now, actions in progress up until today, the basic steps, the claims to the managing authority for new delegation of funds regard the amendment of actions or new actions. There were not only 3 based on the ministerial decisions by the Ministry of Migration. We have an overall number of 8, and unfortunately, because of extraordinary needs or because of the fact that needs changed, we'll have an increasing trend. Yes, it will be also decreasing, says the gentleman next to the speaker. That remains to be seen, says the speaker. Now we have the ministerial decision for budget delegation, submission of technical fishes, 42. I shan't talk about the funds. 21 BMVI, 17 ISF, and 4 AMIF. I shan't elaborate on actions in particular. Plan for tendered documents by the HRADF, as it used to be called, or HCAP today, 42, 12 for BMVI, 24 for ASF, and 6 for AMIF. Decisions for approval by IDAP and signature by the Citizen for Citizen Protection, 18 for BMVI, 17 for ASF, 4 for AMIF, 42 in total. And now we come to 2 stages that many times made it necessary to go back. As I said before, because of needs that cropped up as actions were implemented, or because of other technical problems, technical specifications that we'll talk about at the end of the presentation, we had to make amendments to technical fishes. That is, we needed to go back in order to cater for the needs of beneficiaries, that is, the services of the Greek law enforcement agencies. In the same way, we had technical fishes, modification and decisions for approval, and we had delays generally. So we went back in 18 sub-projects, and we necessarily had to promote the amendment of approval decision in 18 projects. Some other delays that we had to do with the Ministry of Finance. You understand that the Ministry of Finance had different actions from different ministries to coordinate. We had to wait for a considerable period of time in order to have the projects registered in the Public Investments Program, the PIP. So from BMVI, we had 21 sub-projects, ISF 17, AMIF 4, 42 in total. The tendered documents that our service worked for were 42. Calls for tenders, 41. Signature of contracts, 22. Let's remember this difference from 41 to 22. So 22 sub-projects reached the level of contract signature out of 282 sub-projects. The payments made up to now by BMVI, 86.3 million euros for term contract border guards. Let me tell you that they guard borders exclusively. 2.067 million euros for first responders for the pilot system for the concentration and diffusion of information. As I said before, it has started paying off already. And for AMIF, payment of border guards, 13 million euros. For pre-removal centers and forced returns, 139,000 euros. Total 101 million euros up to now, overall absorption for the funds. Certifications made by EDAP, 89 million euros. By the end of the month, we expect another 3.9 million from ISF 0 and from AMIF, again for border guards of term contracts, 10.7 million euros. So by the end of June, total, we expect absorption and certification of payments 90-something million euros. So the absorption rate is 18% BMVI, 0% ISF with certified costs, but for payments it's more. And AMIF has an absorption rate of 15%. Totally 16.5% for all funds. However, the assessment of absorption until the 31st of December 25 appears to be higher, 22%, 99.6 million for BMVI, 4 million euros or 7.2% for ISF, and for AMIF, 17 million, 23% absorption rate. We have a total of 120.6 million euros, 17.4% absorption rate. And now we reach the breakdown of problems that we have encountered. They were analyzed in collaboration with the beneficiaries, the Hellenic Police, high level, and different services that we've had close contact with in order to further ameliorate and accelerate processes. So procurement of equipment, let's not dwell on recruitment of border guards. We need to have procurement of technological equipment for the field readily and, of course, construct infrastructure for all funds. The main reasons for the delays encountered, apart from the fact that many police services that had other duties to perform had, by necessity, the duty to carry out many economic technical studies with officers that were not properly skilled and with many field officers. We had important difficulties in finding or the concession of appropriate venues for different infrastructures. For the pre-removal center of Thessaloniki, we are still trying to find a place in order to upgrade an existing facility or to build a new one in order to improve the living conditions. There are recommendations, rightfully so, by the European Union. However, either the parcels of land identified by services are not suitable, or the buildings to be upgraded are low quality, or to speak the truth, local communities refuse to accommodate such facilities because when we turn to local governments, people refuse to entertain our petition. Local societies, you understand, are reluctant sometimes. For our boats and ships, parking spaces in Evros, northern Greece, of course, it goes without saying that boats cannot spend their entire lives in the water under the hot sun. They need to be protected against the sun rays or water. Unfortunately, however, the places that we looked for in the vicinity, enabling boats to enter the sea very easily, were Natura protected areas, and it's very difficult to build anything at all, either a prefabricated facility, a hangar, or a permanent structure to accommodate the boats and the little ships. The redesigning of actions, as I said, necessitated the updating of all actions according to different needs of the services. So we had to redesign actions in order to meet with the urgent needs. We started with some basic budgets after research, market research that had taken place 2-3 years prior to the present day, following the beneficiaries' request. And then all of a sudden, the war against Ukraine started, and there was an increasing trend in prices. And this literally was the ruin of many budgets, especially high-tech equipment systems, which, as I heard the previous speaker say, are not bought off the shelf. They are not produced, generally speaking. You don't find them at the supermarket. They are manufactured after many months and years of work, following specific technical specifications that services submit. So we had to make a reevaluation of the budget and perhaps reduce the number, because when something grows more expensive, it goes without saying that you need to reduce quantity to strike a balance. Another important problem was the updating of technical specifications for the reasons we mentioned. Often, especially in Greece, not so much in international tenders, we came across important divergences in offers. That is, every supplier stated what they wanted. We had a budget of 1 million at first, and we received a bid for 900,000 euros and somebody else for 150,000 euros. And we thought there was something fishy to that, and perhaps we needed a new deliberation, we thought. Furthermore, quite often there was cancellation of tenders at the highest level of maturation because there were no bids submitted, or there were some documents that were not there in commercial flights for a MIF and commercial flights of return. There was no one interested, and they didn't like the prices that we gave them. They wanted more money because they thought there was nothing in it for them regarding the charter flights price that we offered, or rejections. Sometimes there was no coverage of technical specifications. So at the last stage of maturation in tenders, we had them cancelled. Furthermore, we encountered many different problems. Often we deliberated with the GDPR authority, as we had to, being in our ministry, in order to safeguard to the best of our ability the use of modern means that are not fixed now. They are portable. We are talking about drones or UGVs, so we're talking about either air or ground unmanned vehicles that will make surveillance far more easily, using less fuel, fewer people, and will cover a bigger stretch of land to have a surveillance of irregular migration. This action, all these actions, in fact, because we're talking about many different ones, both national and non-national, needed to be safeguarded in the most democratic way so as to make sure that no one would ever question any action regarding upholding democratic principles. Finally, as we said before, because of the fact that the ministry is now starting to think of using artificial intelligence, as it happens with other ministries, we needed a legislative framework for a delineated use of AI in the field and on an administrative service level. Thank you very much for your attention. An abrupt end I made. Thank you, Mr. Kriazis. The way you talked about it, perhaps we're talking about exclusion of most of approved projects. No, we have highly mature actions awaiting the legislative framework. Yes, but if we don't have due legislative frameworks, we can't implement. So N+2 is valid, but we have the next financing period starting in 27. So I suppose we can safeguard funding for the next 7-year period. If we lack due legislative framework, ESPA is here represented, I would say that we are rather immature. We lack maturity. We lack the legislative framework. That is a very important aspect. Eurodac has not been mentioned. Don't write reports that there was a problem. There is no problem. Eurodac as financing and funding is included in the package for PACT. So here we are talking about the previous ones. So Eurodac, we have one pillar of PACT approached already, and we'll have covered it by next year. The impact study is something very important, if you don't know, and it needs to precede any legislative intervention. We have quite some way to go. It's not easy. It took them 1 year to make an impact report on identity, and the Data Protection Authority of Greece, the DPA, asked for it. From this point onwards, we need to develop synergies, Coast Guard, Hellenic Police, Greek Army, all the other stakeholders, synergies. This is not a competitive arena. You got 5 UAV and I get 5 UAV. They'll have clashes in the air. That is, they'll in fact fly against one another. We need one for one region, and I suppose it can be flown by different LEAs. That is, a Coast Guard can fly it, and then police man or woman can fly it. And this, of course, would save resources that the fund has a limited amount of. The last thing, hopefully, we'll have in the future is an overall plan through the SKS, the National System for Border Management. That is, we haven't had it for years, and we'll need to create it, the integrated border surveillance system that the European Commission is asking. It is theoretically an obligation to be assumed by SKS, the National System for Border Management, and we need to complete this obligation as soon as possible. Mr. Okivis, I asked that we have some time for coffee, but Mr. Okivis said he will finance, sorry, slip of the tongue. He asked for 3 minutes. Mind you, I'll check. No. 3 minutes, you'll have 3 minutes and that's it. I'll be very strict. General Secretary, thank you very much for the excellent collaboration that we have. And thank you for your personal support. To begin with, I'd like to thank Mr. Papadopoulos for an equally as good collaboration that we've had in the past 2 years. And I'll be as brief as possible. The relation between fundamental rights and European funding mechanisms is substantial and bidirectional. Of course, it's important for European unions to use the fund in order to have technical and financial progress. At the same time, we need strict procedures of monitoring in order to see that we have compliance with fundamental rights and with European standards for protection of human rights. The European Regulation of 2021, the CPR, constitutes an important means to safeguard that we have respect of fundamental rights during the disbursement of European Union funds according to the Charter of Fundamental Rights and the UN Charter for the Rights of Persons with Disability. Respect of fundamental rights and compliance with the Charter is one of the horizontal principles that member states need to comply with throughout the cycle of programs financing, that is during preparation, implementation, monitoring, submission of reports, and evaluation. To safeguard the effective application of the law, which is the Charter, which is an enabling condition, we need to examine whether proposed actions for financing avert any discrimination due to gender, religion, convictions, if they promote equality between women and men and accessibility of people with disability, whether they safeguard a decent standard of living for the beneficiaries, the right to life, to asylum, and the right to appear before a Supreme Court. Regarding the framework that safeguards the compliance with the above during the preparation and throughout the implementation of programs, the Special Service for the Coordination and Management of Programs, AC, works with the person responsible for fundamental rights upholding through participation in the programs and the submission of analytical quarterly reports, which are sent to the members of the Commission using the Diablos platform for the exhaustive monitoring of compliance of funding programs with the Charter. There are procedures integrated in all stages of evaluation, approval, and monitoring of action implementation. Regarding the specialization and the issuance of calls, the criteria and procedures used need to safeguard the implementation of the Charter. Regarding the approval of projects, it is provided for that the beneficiary has the obligation to commit to comply with everything the Charter reads. When choosing and approving actions in every call, there is a special annex with supporting list. Regarding the specialization of evaluation criteria and verification, cross-checking with the Charter of Fundamental Rights, on-the-spot verifications, the FRO can be there and formulate remarks or make comments within the framework of the competence, filling in the relevant risk on the basis of the Charter of Fundamental Rights, using and ticking a checklist. And regarding public procurements, this check aims at the affirmation of compliance with fundamental rights throughout the process. In view of all the above, the close collaboration of the FRO with ΤΑΜΕΥ adds value to the protection of fundamental rights throughout the preparation and implementation of programs, because on one hand it strengthens institutional coordination between line bodies, and on the other hand it enhances the transparency and efficiency of actions undertaken. In conclusion, consistent and substantial compliance with fundamental rights of all beneficiaries, irrespective of gender, age, ethnicity, regime, or other features, is not just a legal obligation or an obligation under UN international law, but a fundamental moral demand. Thank you. I think I did it all in 3.5 minutes. We apologize. Our speaker is off the microphone. Apologies from the booth. Apology, the speaker cannot be heard. He's not using a microphone. Okay. Thank you very much for being patient. Let us enjoy our coffee for the next 20 minutes, and we'll resume after 20 minutes. Thank you.
Κύριε Βαρουξάκη, είστε ο μόνος επιμελής.
Για να σας σπάσω, το ξεχωρίσω.
Κάτσε. Παρακαλώ σας.
Κύριε Γενικέ.
Παρακαλώ σας. Κυρία Κατσούλη, δεν σας είδα. Συγγνώμη.
Καλά, με έχει ξεχάσει τελείως. 50.000 χρόνια
Έτσι καπάκι.
Ναι, πήρα, επιτρέπετε.
Ναι.
Τι κάνετε, καλά είστε?
Κύριε Γενικέ.
Έπρεπε να έρθει, δεν την αφήσα λίγα στιγμή.
Μάνα, με ακούτε?
Λοιπόν, σας ευχαριστώ όσους επιστρέψατε, παρότι είμαστε ήδη...
Thank you for coming back, though we are running late. But usually this first break is longer, because the first part was longer as well. I haven't done justice to Mrs. Ikonomopoulou. She's asked to talk to us about the communication and visibility activities. So I would like to give her the floor. Hello, it's dark over there. This is why I couldn't see you. So, Mrs. Ikonomopoulou, you have the floor. And sorry for letting you for the next session. Okay. Hello. The fourth meeting is not just something according to the institutional regulations. It is a real opportunity to talk about communication and visibility, because communication is not just an accompanying element to planning and implementation. Communication is the very voice of the fund. This is the way beneficiaries and society at large learn and get informed about the funds. So I'm going to show you what has happened so far as regards communication, good practices, challenges, and perspectives. So why is communication important? Of course, information to the citizens is our first target for the acceptance of the projects and reducing reactions. It promotes the European added value, and it greatly contributes to transparency in the use of EU funds, and it helps combating misinformation, because, as we all know, migration is a very sensitive topic accompanied with misinformation and stereotypes. The legal framework in the EU and Greece, it is well known. We have the European regulations. We have the respective Greek regulations as well. And the basic objectives is to inform the beneficiaries, to promote the contribution of the European Union, and to enhance the visibility of the Home Affairs funds. What we've done so far, what's the state of play? This is, the web page. This is where we upload everything we are obliged. We have approvals, modification, specialization, reporting, and not only this. We have leaflets for all actions. We have the Migration and Borders Funds review to promote our actions. And of course, we have funding from the funds and the policy sectors. We have the online generator, and we have some other publicity events. This year, in the beginning, February to March, we implemented our central campaign. Now, let's take stock of what has happened so far. That's not bad. The site now from the 30th of May 24, the same day 2025, you see the number of views, and you see per fund MIF, BMV, ISF, publicity 83 views. The online generator was used by 171 users. And we also have our YouTube channel with 24 videos. Most views were for the Center of Biometrics in Thessaloniki. As to the media plan, from the 18th of February of 25 till the March of 2025, effectiveness in Athens and Thessaloniki was quite okay. We have, you see, the respective numbers of exposure for Athens and Thessaloniki. And we had the spots, the radio spots and the TV spots, 46.5 in Athens and 42.8 in Thessaloniki. And there are some other indicators as well. So in general, I would say that it was a very effective media plan. Now, the communication and promotion actions for the funds and our plans for the rest of 2025. We need to achieve better visibility of the funds, better information and guidance to the beneficiaries to motivate them to have their own communication actions, more presence in the social media, emphasis on interaction with all shareholders, more targeted events, and of course a systematic evaluation and feedback of the results and the necessary adjustments. This is an indicative table of our publicity activities for 2025. Of course, we have the web page and the upgrading of the web page. We want to make it more interactive. We would like to have a service desk to have a Q&A part for the beneficiaries and also an interactive map for all projects of the Home Affairs funds, like the cohesion platform of the EU. All interested parties could see per specific objective, per fund, per geographical area, per type of action. All projects should be there. Then we have the social media, YouTube mini-series, podcasts, campaigns, and specific hashtags. Some other events and one-day conference. We have this institution. We promote the specific actions in the specific fair. The event of the closing of the period 14-20, the first meeting of the MA's network, Europe and the Balkans. We have a network of the communication officers. It will start after September for better guidance and support of the actions and the beneficiaries themselves. And of course, some more specific actions for co-funded projects. One of them was the great action for AVRR for voluntary returns. We also have some printed matter we produce for the vulnerable groups, for example. The Migration Funds Review, Issue 5, videos for all events, a leaflet for the meeting of the network, and the respective podcasts and video series, together with the beneficiaries. We always want to offer information for basic themes and actions of the fund to have a better visibility. The social media of Home Affairs funds is something we place great emphasis on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn this year. We want to adjust the content depending on the platform to be more targeted. We will create specific hashtags, actions, and activities in social media, and of course the use of analytics to measure performance. Let me mention the first meeting of the networks of the MAs of the Home Affairs funds, Southern Europe and the Balkans. It was something we didn't expect. There was a great response from all interested countries in the network, and all countries stressed that there was a need for such a network. For Northern Europe and the Northern Europe countries, well, there is always also a network. There are 10 countries: France, Italy, Spain, Portugal, Malta, Greece, Croatia, and Romania. We got direct support from DG Home of the European Commission and our minister. Now, the goals, know-how and best practices exchange, better dealing with common difficulties in implementing the programs, and more rapid exchange of information. The themes will be basically technocratic, touching upon the issues of the MAs, from planning and programming, calls, approvals, evaluations, specializations, reporting, indicators, and the enabling conditions. The implementation of the new pact, and of course issues touching on the planning of the new programming period and issues of communication and visibility. Communication targets are, of course, networking and enhancing cooperation among member states and the EU, enhancing transparency, creating a base for common future actions, and a coordinated way to deal with challenges. Another important meeting and network is this network of the communication officers for Home Affairs funds. We have seen that there were some issues having to do either with a lack of full compliance with communication. There is just one poster, for example, and they don't rightly enforce the rules. They use the logos wrongly, for example. So we have this network to better support the beneficiaries as to the implementation of their communication strategies. We are going to monitor more systematically their communication obligations and to make sure that there is a single and cohesive communication strategy, to create an open channel of communication between beneficiaries and MAs, to have a homogeneous identity of the projects, and to create a culture of communication in the beneficiaries. Of course, everything ends up with a better communication. So all this is meaningless unless we have the right monitoring mechanism for communication and visibility. Of course, we have the tables for beneficiaries to fill in when the projects are approved, modified, or closed. We have some smart objectives we would like to use. That is smart objectives for communication, the annual plan for activities of the funds with monitoring and implementation, and of course feedback and evaluation through the network of the beneficiaries, with the various tools, the analytics, Facebook Insights, Instagram analytics to measure performance, and of course through the service desk. There is going to be a systematic communication on a daily basis with all stakeholders and beneficiaries. Being visible means being understood. If visibility is understood, that is, if others understand the message and why they get the message, well, this enhances transparency and trust and participation. If communication is not just a picture or just projection, and if it is something of essence, then it's not just a formal obligation, it becomes an essential, effective, and impactful communication. It's not enough to do the projects. Figures are not enough. We need to know. EU gives money and we have to inform people about it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Ikonomopoulou. I shall never forget that in the previous programming period, 14-20, the basic thing was to convince all stakeholders, at least to have this is there, that everything happens with co-funding, European Union and Greece. It is co-funded projects, so it was the Greek and the European flag there because they are co-funded. So it's not just the EU that funds. All our programs get a large amount from the Greek state budget. So we could move in this direction. The fact that in the majority of the programs we have the flag of the European Union is something we have conquered in comparison to previous periods. Gradually, we needed to have the sign of the Home Affairs funds. And we will get into a next era of communication and visibility involving all stakeholders. Let me say that in our country it was also an ad playing with the words Vespa and ESPA, and it was very important because everybody learned what ESPA is, and people got to know what it is. And I hope that ΤΑΜΕΥ, Home Affairs Funds, will become a brand name for issues of borders, migration, and humanitarian issues in our countries. And with this hope, I hope that we will have more intensified actions, and we could also increase to communication and visibility the public sector as well. Of course, the armed forces need to use our logo. The Coast Guard, they did it the last time, and we will thank them. But our services, asylum services, all services, need to indicate the place they get their funds from. That is, they get money from Greece and the European Union. Now, quite briefly again, lessons learned. We don't have the list, your digit hands, but I will give the floor to Mr. Varikiotis from EAD. He asked the floor for a couple of words. Oh, you are here. You're not online. Thank you. Honorable members of the European Commission, dear colleagues of the MA, dear members of the Monitoring Committee, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for your invitation and giving me the floor in this meeting on Home Affairs Funds. I would like to convey the greetings of Mrs. Rogakou, who is the Deputy Head of the Greek Transparency Authority. In previous meetings, we presented some statistics about the protection of the financial interests of the Union. We are one of the bodies involved in the protection of the financial interests of the European Union. We cooperate very nice with the MA and Mr. Papadopoulos. We started in 2023 the Independent Department for Combating Fraud in Greece, AFCOS, as we call it in Greek, started a series of technical meetings for sectoral strategies on migration using the models of other strategies in Greece implemented in previous programming periods for the structural funds, for example. We wanted to better protect the financial interests of the Union methodologically to identify the right steps to protect even better the financial interests of the Union. So we started with some meetings. It took us 2 years, and now we are at a very nice stage. We have a strategy. It's going to be completed within a couple of months because we have the draft. It's going to be communicated anyway. We have a management and control system that is being constantly updated. So I'm in front of you today to stress how important these sectoral strategies against fraud as regards managing EU funds for the very, very important issues raised by you as well. For AMIF, ISF, and BMVI for this programming period. Complicated challenges to deal with, and everybody wants to ensure the integrity of financial resources. The strategy that is being drafted is going to be powerful to protect not only the financial interests of the European Union, but also the credibility and the effectiveness of the implementation of the programs mentioned by the previous speakers. Of course, it contributes to identifying, preventing, and dealing with fraudulent activities by making sure that the amounts go to people that actually need it and the services are really rendered. The strategy shall stress the sound management of projects without having resources that are squandered. So I would like to say that transparency and surveillance are the foundation of the trust of the citizens. We need to enhance these policies through targeted measures in order to improve the effectiveness of the funding mechanisms and promote the values of justice and equality, which are common values of the EU and our country. The National Transparency Authority and our department shall always assist in these efforts as regards reports and also exchange of know-how, especially as regards combating fraud. I would like to thank you once more for your invitation. I would like to thank the representatives of the General Secretariat, you, Chair, and Mr. Papadopoulos for our participation to this committee. And I would like to ask you once more to commit ourselves to communication and protection of these resources by enhancing our legal framework. Thank you very much. Mr. Varikiotis, what you said is very important, and we fully embrace them. Your responsibility is very important, as well as the responsibility of the MA that manages amounts, resources. In the past, we thought that it's easy because it is EU funds. No, it's not only EU funds. It's funds, it's Greek funds. They are funds of the European Union, the European Commission, and Greece, because whatever we get from the European Union, it was partly given to the European Union. So we have share both in the 75% and the 25%. So we needed to protect these funds from fraud and have the necessary legal framework investing in the future. So we needed to use them in the best possible way. We shouldn't give resources without getting added value for us and for our children. I would like to thank you very much for your words. It has been an honor having you here. Now, let's proceed to the issues of the programming period 2014-2020. Mr. Tsakas, you only have 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes, that's enough. Thank you, Chair. Indeed, 2 minutes for a whole programming period. Anyway, I shall try. As to the ex post evaluation of ΤΑΜΕΥ, of these funds, AMIF and ISF in 14-20, everything is uploaded on the site of the MA. So this is a report by an independent evaluator. You see the objective, you see the methodology, the logic of the intervention, and the results. The regulatory framework, 515, you have this enabling regulation and the regulations of 2014 for AMIF and ISF respectively. So we want to evaluate the impact finally based on specific criteria. We wanted to measure achievement of indicators and specific objectives, quality and quantity analysis of the results, the evaluation of the total impact and their contribution to the policy targets that were set, methodological framework, socio-political situation and the logic of the intervention, the financial spectrum, the physical spectrum, the results of the evaluation, good practices and challenges, and covering some questions and sub-questions based on criteria. Evaluation criteria, effectiveness, whether it's relative or not, cohesion, complementarity, added value, sustainability, and simplification. Now, as to implementation and the methodological framework, collection and statistical elaboration of secondary data coming from various sources, field research and primary data. So we sent questionnaires to beneficiaries, and there were also focus groups with the participation of beneficiaries, representatives for both funds. Of course, we followed the guidance on the Common Monitoring and Evaluation Framework of AMIF and ISF. This is the logic of intervention. I will skip this. Let me come to the state of play financially first, starting with AMIF. 73 projects, 46 beneficiaries, budget 328 million euro, EU contribution, approvals 420 million, 127% of the programming contribution of the EU, legal commitments 121%, and payments to beneficiaries 369 million, 112%. For ISF, 83 projects, 15 beneficiaries, budget 320 million euro, approvals 413, 129.3%, commitments 110%, and payments to beneficiaries 350 million euro, more or less. As we see, the absorption was indeed very good. Now, the results for AMIF, how effective the program was. It contributed to the management of migratory flows in Greece by improving asylum procedures, reception, also accommodation facilities were created to improve the quality of lives of asylum seekers and refugees. Nevertheless, there were some delays in dealing with applications and managing unaccompanied minors. Infrastructure, more posts in facilities, better access to medical care, psychosocial support, legal aid, interpretation in the languages of origin. The educational framework for refugee children was also enhanced. Now, we're talking about social cohesion, actions for linguistic education. Nevertheless, there are some problems as regards integration of third country nationals on the job market. Now, management, and we can say that we had considerable absorption of resources, though there were some delays in allocation. Better use of funds contributed to better organization of the systems. Again, for AMIF, the Greek approach was connected to the European strategies. The program supported the implementation of the common European system of asylum and Dublin II and III. For the sustainability of interventions, these actions contributed greatly to the migration management system. We need to maintain the results after the end of funding. The sustainability of interventions calls for better legal measures and national funding for critical services. This is very important for the new period. And of course, the actions funded by AMIF depend on planning, choosing the right beneficiaries, cooperations, and functional cooperation with the national policy. At the same time, we need to make full use of the know-how. This is critical to maintain the positive results. Challenges and improvement for the future. We need to have more targeted interventions for asylum procedures and returns. Cooperation with other agencies such as UNHCR and IOM needs to be further enhanced, and we need to further enhance policies for social inclusion and employment of the migrants. Now, for ISF effectiveness, effective enhancement of border management, funding actions having to do with equipment, staff training, and better infrastructure to protect the external borders of Greece. Complementarity and synergies. ISF actions work hand in hand with other national and European policies, and there was an enhancement of cooperation with Europol, Frontex, and others. Now, sustainability, the program has managed to improve the capabilities of the country, but the sustainability of the actions depends on continuing funding and taking on board including these interventions to the national policies. Impact on internal security. It seems that transborder criminality was fought with these actions. At the same time, it was easier to protect critical infrastructure. Best practices for ISF, enhancing border infrastructure, better surveillance, and better operation capability. Funding staff increased the capability to manage flows. As to the cooperation with the European Union and international organizations, cooperation with Europol, Frontex, and other agencies led to better combating of crime. Training of staff, the training activities for surveillance techniques, crisis management, and protection of victims contributed to upgrading the skills of all involved parties. Challenges. We have administrative and operational issues, so we needed to simplify some procedures and better cooperate. Sustainability and continuity. Though there was a positive impact, some actions were not taken on board in national policies, and it was very difficult to maintain their results and adjustment to changing needs. We needed to be more flexible and adjust to the real conditions. Finally, I would like to say that for me, it is very important to present the closing of the previous period. I started working in the MA in 2020, and I had great cooperation with the beneficiaries and everybody involved. However, I would like to particularly thank Mr. Kiherada and Mrs. Terxidou from the European Commission, Mr. Zitakis, Mrs. Karayani and Mr. Gravias, and of course ADIAP for their cooperation to be able to achieve this result. Thank you very much. Thank you. As Secretary General of Migration Policy, since you mentioned asylum procedures, let me remind you how conditions change. Asylum procedures in the previous programming period indeed was a desideratum. There was a huge delay. It took 2 years for somebody to complete the asylum application in 2015, 2019. But now we are in a better position with the contribution of the fund and the UA, yes. And we have reached a point that we were even criticized for moving too fast as regards asylum procedures. So they said that now we move too fast, and then we have the pact. EU itself asks us to go even faster. I have to say so, because you said that we need to be more flexible and more adjustable to reality. But reality is formed by the needs of the specific period. So in each period, we have different measures as to how fast or how slow something happens. Back in 1420, we needed to train our staff because our country was not hiring and training staff. So we tried to have the human resources first to cover the needs, the great needs of that period. So there was not enough staff, and we didn't have enough time to invest in infrastructure that much. The challenge for the next period is to develop infrastructure and automation to be able to deal with a crisis similar to the crisis of previous periods without being in that much need of developing our staff. So we have something new in front of us, and it's impact, automation, systems. We would avoid sending mails. We could have an automatic system, and intelligence could be diffused on the European level very fast. That's all I had to say. Now, the more specific issues for each fund. Let's start with AMIF. Mrs. Koromila, if I'm not mistaken, on the implementation of the actions and the projects of AMIF and other resources. All our speakers are sitting far away. Why?
Δεν ήταν ενήμερος, κύριε Κορομιλά, γιατί τοποθέτησε εκεί ο κύριος Παπαδόπουλος. Να το τονίσω. Δεν θα το είχε εγκρίνει να είστε τόσο μακριά.
Μάλλον ήθελε να έρθει από...
Mr. Papadopoulos, I suppose wouldn't like you to sit that far. Perhaps he wanted me to come and walk and come here. Hello from me. Thank you very much for coming here to listen to the very interesting things we have to say about AMIF. I'd like to present to you some basic figures regarding AMIF, and I'll be succinct and to the point. And I'll talk about actions per objective, and regarding very few actions, also a few more things for you to have a better idea to go by. After its amendment in May 2025, the budget of AMIF is now 570 million, activation rate 21%, absorption rate 42.48%. The overall budget of the approved operations has reached 792 million, and as a result, AMIF appears to be the first one in approved operations, reaching 138%, compared to the other co-funded programs. The biggest part of the funds regard operations concerning facility management and food, and then we have operations for facilities of accommodation of unaccompanied minors, and all the projects that have to do with staffing services with definite time contracts. IOM, identification centers, and all the bodies that are involved in unaccompanied minors constitute the three biggest beneficiaries on the basis of the funding that they receive. You can see it in the graph. Of course, there are other bodies that follow. Regarding specific objective 1 that has to do with the CEAS, we have 19 operations approved, overall funding 501 million. They cater for critical needs such as epidemiological surveillance, in the facilities, legal aid, cash, food, transport, facility management, interpretation, and transports on the basis of Regulation 604 of 2013. Specific Objective 2, legal migration and integration, 190 operations, overall budget 154 million, catering for needs of operation, the Center for Biometric Data, the maintenance of MIS migration, the support and enhancement of the Ministry of Migration and Asylum and decentralized administration, the upskilling of the Line Ministry, and the Helios Junior program, the operation of accommodation centers for unaccompanied minors, and the semi-independent living facilities and guardianship. Under specific objective 3, we have the approval of 3 operations. 58 million is the overall budget to cater for the need of voluntary returns, pre-removal centers for foreign nationals, and the system for the monitoring of forced returns by the Citizens Ombudsman. The specific actions under AMIF are 5, overall budget 33,778,000. They have to do with supporting human trafficking victims, enhancement of the Greek reception system, complementary services, adding something to the already existing system for the protection of unaccompanied minors, and reintegration of TCNs in the countries of origin. I'll speak about selected actions very brief. I'll talk about them in short because of the size of the budget. Oops, says the speaker, for a reason that I failed to understand, I can't advance the slides even though I'm clicking on the green button. We have blocked your slides. Your time's up, says the moderator. No, this is a joke. AVR, assisted voluntary returns, and reintegration measures and operation services were rendered to more than 2,000 women and 1,500 men. Is proceeded to the achievement of the following landmarks. There's been the procurement, delivery of wrap halls for Filipiava and Veria, and at the moment, and as we speak, we have different tenders in progress. Upon completion, we'll have operational interventions made to these two facilities. At present, we have in progress a partial replanning and redesign of the remainder of interventions on the basis of needs as they are being shaped and decided on after work in the field. The biggest part of operations approved, we're talking about 120 operations, and they have to do with the UAM's accommodation facilities. 120, 60 regarded the period 2023 to 2024, and as we speak, on the basis of the period 2024-2025, we have the remainder. The centers for the hospitality of UAMs work 24/7, and they provide services to cater for staple needs: accommodation, psychosocial care, education, training, information, entertainment, tutoring. The aim is to create a sufficient framework for the accommodation, protection, and support, and of course, the development of skills of independence for the protection of minors in their transition to a different framework. The drawing that you see is from an accommodation center. A child made this painting. As we speak, we have 59 KFAs, as we call them, accommodation centers of UAMs. 1,509 people can be accommodated there. The plan is to have people stay there until the end of 25, but this will be protracted until 26. 42,342,000 is the overall budget. The funding and implementation is performed on the basis of unit cost, which has been estimated to be 76 euro per day per child per rented accommodation for UAM over 20, and for a vacant position 10 euro. The unit cost is reduced by 1 euro if the child is younger than 10 years old, and increases by 4 euros if the building has been conceded or it is owned fully. Since the operation of KFA after 24 and after checks by the managing authority, we have the identification of the problems you can see in the slide. What were they? Non-eligible beneficiaries. By non-eligible, we mean that they were adults. They had not received an extension by the managing authority and the General Secretariat for vulnerable people. The lack of furniture and problems in the structures, insufficient toiletries and linen provided to people as they enter the centers, the recruitment and occupation of staff that on the basis of the institutional framework did not meet the requirements, and finally the non-compliance of rules regarding publicity. For the tackling of the issues that occurred, the managing authority, of course, has proceeded and is proceeding to fiscal corrections, to recommendations, always on the basis of the principle of proportionality and depending on the overall performance of the body, and proceeds with the monitoring of compliance and recommendations during administrative verification and during upholding recommendations following on-the-spot check. In this framework, we work with EDEL that has made very apt remarks, and we would like to profusely thank this. It's a service for management and control. That is what EDEL is. Apart from the problems that we identified in the on-the-spot checks, we've had a very good collaboration with the bodies that operate and run hospitality centers, and we've received feedback from them regarding the problems that they are facing. The biggest problems go as follows. Licensing, which according to the institutional framework should be undertaken by municipalities. Therefore, there are many objections, complaints and concerns by bodies running such centres. They don't know whether municipalities will actually grant licenses to run such centres, because in many neighbourhoods throughout the Greek territory there are reactions. The sustainability of KFA for few people, given the fact that we don't have scale economies in the same way as we have for big FARs, because they function on unit cost and they depend always on occupancy, that is how many children are actually accommodated there. The unit cost, that justly or not, they regard as quite low, because they believe that there could be a readjustment on the basis of new needs, offer and demand, because costs have increased, and the matters of staffing, because indeed certain problems have occurred, given the fact that the staff does not suffice in order to cover all shifts required. We are talking about 24/7 care. These claims for further staff have been examined by the General Secretary for the Vulnerable, and indeed the matter will be scrutinized, and we do hope and trust that an answer will be provided to the problem. In conclusion, I would like you to look at some photographs taken during visits. We paid to the accommodation centres for unaccompanied minors, and a drawing of a child. We believe that all collaborations we've had with civil society have been very constructive, and the KFA are indeed the best services for children. And of course, what interests us is all the other actions and the improvement of all services rendered. Thank you very much. I can't contain myself. I have a problem, says the moderator. Mrs. Ferrandino, IOM vests have no flags. It reads funding 75% by the European Commission and 25%. Thank you very much, because yours is a rare case, but there are no flags. We had the discussion, mind you. Have a flag, an EU flag and a Greek flag. That is, it was obvious. I couldn't resist. I'm glad to hear about the legal aid provided to UAMs within the framework of the centres for their accommodation, so there is no gap. This complementarity of actions needs to be examined in view of the new period. I don't know whether we should have horizontal or not actions, whether or not we should have legal aid in KFA and have lawyers' registries, or draw resources on the first reception centres, because they run in parallel now. We have horizontal legal aid through asylum service at the second instance, and legal advisory services within the UAM's accommodation centre. If this has to do with the same populations, we have a problem. You need to cross-check whether one and the same child receives legal aid both from the UAM accommodation centre and the legal service of the asylum. Mind you, we'd be well advised to distinguish. Perhaps we should try and bridge all the gaps upon approval of a project. We need to say to begin with that when something happens, it caters for an entire population so as to prevent people from running parallel actions. There are findings horizontal regarding reception systems. It's not only the poor FRCs or the facilities that have problems and shortages in NFIs, for example, regarding supplies, but in other areas there have been shortages. Let's not embark on the process of the unit cost. Let's hope that we never do this. The unit cost is very high. If one multiplies it by 30 days per person, the 75 euros a day adds up to a very big sum. If we're talking about minimum guaranteed income, the money that a family makes in order to live, etc., you understand, because then the civil societies will acknowledge this as a positive discrimination. And mind you, we're against discriminations, both positive and negative discriminations. Here, there's no reason why we should discriminate positively so that people get 2,500 per child per month. This is extremely high. That is, civil society organizations have, in fact, come up with certain guides. Now, if the cost increases generally, then I think that there is room in the 2,500 per month per person to speak about a satisfactory unit cost, especially in a case in which we have increased nuisance. There are vacancies. I didn't understand this part. We need to discuss whether we have sufficient infrastructure for UAMs or not on the level of fund. I mean, that is, we have positions and they remain vacant. Therefore, the vacancies point to the turnover of project promoters, or we need new places and we need extra funding. You can't have them valid at the same time, because as an MA, we have received a petition for the increase of places, because good governance is either or. You can't have both of them stand at the same time. Excellent presentation. Thank you very much. It's very important for the different services and for the European Commission to see a written depiction of findings. And in another presentation, you can have a written account of the impact as you mentioned it. What is the total sum allocated vis-à-vis your funds? We have utilized data, always abiding by the principle of proportionality. Yes. Thank you. Mr. Kritsimas, whom you all know, planning of calls and criteria for the evaluation of actions.
Thank you, Secretary General. I would also like to thank the members of the committee and everybody here for participating. With your permission, in order to save some time and facilitate our work, I would like to include all three funds in my presentation. Today's meeting is one of the most important in this programming period because we have the completion of the first half of the implementation period, and gradually we are getting to the second half and the final stage. So it's the right time to see to what extent each program achieves its goals. We need to see the changing needs of the beneficiaries, the new provisions of the regulations, and redefine our documents. This is happening now through the review of the programs, and the contribution of the monitoring committee to this process is very important. My presentation is about the planning and evaluation criteria of the operations. Let me start from specialization, which is a very important stage. And I would like to point out a couple of important things, important for me personally, that might help in better understanding the whole procedure. The specialization of the program is the supporting tool for programming and issuing calls, approving the operations, and monitoring the implementation. The specialization includes per call a description of the physical spectrum, the probable beneficiaries, the time schedule, and the indicators. And the MA is responsible for all of this, taking into consideration the priorities of each fund. Specialization contributes to enriching the evaluation criteria of the proposed operations and issuing calls. It ensures the implementation of the strategy. It supports timely and full information of beneficiaries and stakeholders. I would say that it is very important that it ensures complementarity of the various funds with the other funds of the EU, and it offers better time scheduling of the stages between calls, approval, implementation, and expenditure. This procedure is dynamic, and the extent and its degree depends on the implementation situation of the MA has in its hands. So proper communication and cooperation with all stakeholders is of essence for our work in the MA and the stakeholders as well. Specialization happens gradually depending on the maturity of issuing the calls and choosing operations according to priorities. On the other hand, we see the needs while programs are implemented. According to the regulation, this procedure has to be systematic. Now, each fund separately to see the state of or to see rather the calls and specialization for AMIF, some basic statistics. 9th specialization, 862 million, 36 actions per specific objective, 58% reception and asylum, 21% legal migration, 18% returns, and as for the rest, it's mainly technical assistance. Now, the types of actions, they are important. The majority of actions, 88%, has to do with tactics and specific actions, 4%, and operational support, about 5%. From the last monitoring committee for 2024-2025, 11 calls were issued by the MA and the IB, and we have about 250 million budget approved. You see some big figures there. For example, the operations for the Centers for Unaccompanied Minors, 42 million, and another call for semi-independent living of unaccompanied minors over 16, about 5 million. So we see that we have the activation of most operations. Out of the 34, we have issued the calls and approved 32 from the MA and the IB, 2 specializations, and we have calls for 3, because each action could have more than one call, or we could have a lot of actions under the same call. You see, this is why we have this difference in numbers. Now, what is pending? Again, AMIF, we have the Styrixis program. We are negotiating with the services to define the operation framework and issue the call. I would expect it by the 4th quarter of 2025. Now, other calls to be issued, the repeated calls for centers for unaccompanied minors, semi-independent living apartments, the National System of Custody, and the CAS program. Now, let's go to BMVI, some statistics again. 9th specialization, 1.4 billion. Most of the actions, 90%, have to do with specific objective 1, border management, and then visas what is also important is to see the level of regular actions, operational support. You see, 17. These figures are important because on the basis of the regulations, we needed to have specific levels. And this is monitored from the stage of specialization before the approval decision. Now, BMVI, total number of calls, 36. Okay, this was in the previous meeting. 30 approved calls and operations. Here we see some operations for the Coast Guard and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, large chunks. Now the progress of activation as to specialization and calls, it's a little bit lower because we have prioritized calls that were more mature and for which there was immediate need. There are some actions that, and we don't have the call yet. Almost all calls be issued, and I think that there are 2 pending because we needed to give our agreement as well. So from the app, we have a very good implementation of the operations. I don't think it's important to present the pending calls, given that we have the review of the program and the new provisions, and we have the ongoing needs of each beneficiary. So I thought that I shouldn't present the situation as is now, because many things will be reviewed, and in any case, the committee will be informed through our written procedures. ISF, 9th specialization, budget 67 million, 28 actions. Half of them are under specific objective 1, exchange of intelligence, then combating crime and transborder cooperation. We have these actions about 75% and operational 15%. And specific actions 4%, quite high for ISF. Since our last meeting, 22 calls were issued by the IB and the MA, 55 million, that's the budget. So we have proceeded and we have activated the program a lot after delegation. The MA issued 8 calls before delegation to the IB, and 7 calls were there and the relevant approvals. Now the IB has 20 actions and calls and has issued 16. Quite a progress, especially for ISF. Some actions for specialization are expected. I'm not going to mention them one by one. Well, it's not working now again. Well, I don't know if you did it on purpose because I'm taking too long. Anyway, the methodology for the evaluation, some basics. The methodology and the evaluation is based on the control and management systems. The methodology is chosen by the MA and the approval is done by the monitoring committee. We have 2 tools, 2 evaluation tools in the MA, direct evaluation, usually in cases of exclusive responsibility for the specific body, or comparative methods if we have many competitive beneficiaries. So the MA and the IB have to document the appropriateness of each methodology, using parameters having to do with the particular features of the operations, and they are included in all calls. For example, it's the name, the number of the beneficiaries. If there are many beneficiaries with the same remit, this is a criterion that leads to comparative or benchmarking evaluation, and of course the height of the budget. If there are resources, we could proceed to direct evaluation, since if all beneficiaries can be funded. But if we need to exclude even only one, then we need to have this benchmarking and the comparative methods. A basic element, and according to the regulations as well, we need to have a full transparency and full description of the criteria. The criteria should be there in the call. Everything should be known beforehand, before evaluation. And the approved criteria cannot be changed later in the same call. The criteria used for already issued calls were explored in the previous 3 meetings of the monitoring committee and 13 written procedures. We received your agreement. Now, I wanted to present the criteria for each stage, but I think that these things are well known. Stage 1, formal completeness, specific objectives and intervention fields. Stage B, we focus on how realistic and the time schedule is, and the physical construction and the narrative. In the second group, we also need to take care of the legal framework for public procurements and the implementation of the Fundamental Rights Charter. This field was not in the MIS system in the previous programming period, and it was not in this programming period either during the planning of the new system, but we asked for a new field for the proposal of the beneficiaries. So the beneficiaries actually have to describe how they are going to commit to the Charter of Fundamental Rights. So there is specific emphasis on this. And we have similar fields in the management and control system. And also accessibility by people with disabilities. The basic ingredients are there when we evaluate a proposal. Now, as for the rest, formalities, synergies, complementarity, and maturity degree. We check everything in both types of evaluation. And if we have a comparative method, we have a ranking as well to identify the best one. We haven't brought any criteria in this committee because there is no call for the next period of time. After specialization, we will have our written procedure introducing the criteria for next calls to be voted. Now, about the IB, my colleagues from IDEAP made a presentation. But from our point of view, we have the ministerial decision for appointment, the initial 1 and 2 modifications, total budget on the basis of the specialization and delegation, 576 million. Total number of calls, about 53. Delegation includes more actions because we included the previous actions and the call was issued by the MA, and then it was the IB that will do the monitoring. Just some figures to see the percentage of activation of the programs. AMIF, all calls were issued, 2 pending in BMVI and 4 for ISF pending. So good job done by our colleagues. Now, as to the monitoring, 47 agreements on draft calls, and you see the figures per fund and the amounts. We have this monitoring procedure of the IB, and let's have a look at some changes and updates in the management and control system that improved, and they will improve further the procedures of the MA. One update has to do with the procedures for the actual beneficiaries. We change things according to the interoperability with the relevant registry of the Ministry of National Economy and Finance. Then we added an annex of a specific terminology from international organizations, and we have issued some guidelines for managing specific actions. These specific actions now are checked by our service a little bit differently now before submitting them to the European Commission. Now we work more with the beneficiaries in order to cut down the times needed and achieve immediate activation of the program after the approval of the European Commission. It's stuck again. I think that's all. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I would like to thank you for combining three presentations in one, 3 in 1. Not bad. That's good for the next speakers as well. Mr. Tsagas, could you please come up for the rest? He's also going to talk all about the 3 funds. Now, before giving the floor to Mr. Tsangas, we have somebody online, Mr. Moskov, Secretary General for Unaccompanied Minors and Vulnerable Citizens. Hello, Mr. Moskov. Hello. Apologies for jumping in. I haven't heard anything so far. Unfortunately, I would like to be there, but something extraordinary happened and I have to be with the minister. I would like to thank ETSIMA and Mr. Papadopoulos and the great executives of the MA for their cooperation. Indeed, what we managed to do together, and thanks to your know-how and your technical expertise, is for our strategies and commitments or policies and legal commitments for the protection of vulnerable groups, and particularly the unaccompanied minors. So these strategies become practice, and we also have front-loaded strategic objectives for the new trends. I have in mind programs such as specific action. With the contribution of our MA, they have managed to win specific actions having to do with the gaps in some programs and how to better work with them. For example, we have this program called PIXI, the Compass, for socio-psychological support, vocational orientation for vulnerable children. This is a very, very powerful tool. And I would also like to stress the backbone, I would say, of our operations having to do with accommodation for unaccompanied minors and semi-independent living apartments. Our cooperation has been exemplary, despite problems or delays sometimes. But since this problem is multifactorial, we always have the necessary support to offer solutions as fast as possible. For issues, just remember that admin in our case has to do with children. So what we do has an immediate impact on the field, which is an additional obligation, and we don't have the luxury of not cooperating closely and harmoniously with Fannis Papadopoulos' team. The same goes for other programs. Some iconic programs, for example, the National Plan and the New Pact. For example, this Custody for Children program. And I think we had this pilot, and we will run a new call next year. Okay, publicity too is very important. Outreach, we need outreach in such a difficult issue because there is a lot of misinformation as regards migration and even polarizing behaviors. So the MI helps us with our annual reports. This is a very important tool for us, for our partners and the people to know what we do and how we contribute, not only to framing vulnerable children, but also to social cohesion through their protection and integration. In 2026, we will still cooperate closely with programs such as Styrixis. This has to do with some new tasks for adults, vulnerable adults. Again, it's an accommodation program, and maybe there will be more needs. Thank you very much. Apologies for jumping in. I don't know how about what has been said so far. I just hope that I'm not that much off mark. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, Γενικέ.
Thank you very much. General Secretary, Mr. Tagas has the floor.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ, κύριε.
Thank you very much, Mr. Papadopoulos. Before I enter into the gist of the main presentation, annual performance report, I'd like to make a quick mention to actions of ASICME on the basis of findings of the first midterm review of the first national programs for Home Affairs funds. It was required to be presented in the previous monitoring committee. On the basis of the proposals of the midterm review, the Special Coordination Management for Home Affairs proceeded to actions in order to satisfy some requirements and to correct certain aspects to the system, the management and control system. We had, for example, proposals to simplify instructions in order to feed data into the MIS, and we had some proposals regarding diffusion of information to stakeholders through guidelines and instructions. The managing authority has proceeded to the issuance of relevant instructions and finalization of common clarifying instructions and uniform forms to be used by all beneficiaries of the 21-27 program according to the system for management and control, and has a special guide for evaluation for the approval of funding proposal depending on the type, the operation in the specializations for Home Affairs funds, and the criteria are approved by the monitoring committee, and that is why they are duly informed. Furthermore, I would like to dwell a little bit more on training beneficiary staff and skilling and upskilling and consultation through meetings that the MA has organized events, workshops and seminars addressing beneficiaries, and from 23 to 24 there were 50 such meetings in order to let people know how to feed data into the MIS and inform the national programs. I would like to say here something that has been discussed with the heads of Units B for monitoring. Beneficiaries, executives involved in the implementation of programs, being project promoters, should remain rather stable, because managing authorities have been making efforts to support them. And when people change and positions change and people leave, all this is lost. Regarding the flexibility of strategy and the budget of national programs, there are some proposals in the evaluation for the acceleration of national programs. What Mr. Kritsimas said during his presentation, the acceleration of approval of new actions and the monitoring of physical scope implementation is becoming is practiced by the MA. Many initiatives have been taken on that. And we need to see to it that different fields of policies fall in line with the national policy and there is an impact contributing to the management of true needs. This is an ongoing process that we constantly try to deliberate with the beneficiaries. The acceleration of processes for the invitation, evaluation, and implementation of actions in the second half of the programming period. This is related to IDEAP being the intermediate body by decision made in February 2024, aiming at identifying bottlenecks and gaps and especially regarding ISF, aiming at accelerating actions, review, revaluation, improvement of the very processes used by the managing authority so that delays in payment of fundings can be dealt with, and finalization of expenditure certification forms. There are claims for payment and predictable payments in order to enable payments through the MIS, timely communication with the Ministry of Finance in order to credit the account using the electronic platform of the Public Investment Programme, to have a forecast of the future necessary credits and to anticipate any delays in payment. That about covers it. I wanted to let you know regarding everything I said, and I'll proceed now to the next presentation. That has to do with the annual performance reports. The contents of the presentation regard the national framework and the goals of the annual performance reports, timelines, progress of implementation for AMIF, for BMVI, and for ISF, annual total progress in the implementation of programs, and a general evaluation. Article 41, 1060 of 2021, Article 35, 2029 of 1147 for AMIF, Article 29, 2021, 1148 for BMVI, and Article 30, 2021, 1149/2021 for ISF, aiming at the monitoring of annual progress and the implementation, the performance of progress, and on the basis of data, we inform decisions. Reference period July 1st. 23 to 24. We had the approval by the monitoring committee through the 13th written procedure, and we submitted it to the European Commission on the 15th of February through SFC. In April 25, we received some remarks by the European Commission regarding the ISF and BMVI reports, and in May 2025 we had revised versions incorporating the remarks of the European Commission. We had correspondence accepting the modifications made, and in June 2025, as we speak, we are now submitting at a second stage through SFC, and we're communicating to the monitoring committee as we speak. Let us say here that in February we had the approval through the 13th written procedure. The remarks of the European Commission regard quantitative figures for visibility of actions of the funds, integration of the results of the accounting period of reference regarding keeping with enabling conditions during the implementation of fund actions, and more specifically, They wanted figures regarding compliance with the Charter for Fundamental Rights, special actions in ISF, and the removal of one action that had to do with third countries, and the action had to do with the respective area in BMVI. Let's talk about the progress of implementation in AMIF. 89 actions have been approved already, and they're being implemented. Specific objectives 1, 2, and 3. The overall budget is 578 million euros, and the union contribution 433. Outputs and results are the support and information on asylum processes to 47,000 TCNs, interpretation services to 5,000 vulnerable refugees, refurbishment in facilities, facility management for 11,000 positions, and beneficiaries for accommodation UAM actions were about 50 UAMs. BMVI, 25 approved actions, implemented 34, specific objectives 1 and 2, overall budget about 780 million, union contribution 590 million euros. The outcomes regard support in 7 centers of reception and identification, interpretation services 6 centers, services to TCNs in 7 centers, training, 95 persons received training, and development and maintenance 1 facility. Now regarding ISF, we need to say that we have the approval of 4 actions and implementations under specific objectives 1 and 3. Overall budget about 3 million, union contribution 2.6. We have a low level of implementation and achievement of outputs. We discussed the reasons why before. As Mr. Kritzimas said, calls have started, an onset of actions has started, and we hope that better outcomes will be reached in the future. The implementation progress of AMIF is generally regarded as satisfactory. Specific objective 1 and 2, activation high, and funds absorption and expenditure quite satisfactory. Specific objective 3, the implementation of actions, approvals 58%, and indicators and expenditure are expected to show further progress in a next fiscal year. For BMVI, specific objective 1, activation high, absorption satisfactory. Specific objective 3, the course of the specific objective is less satisfactory, even though we have implementation of actions. Indicators and expenditure depiction, further progress is expected in a forthcoming fiscal period. We are in contact with the beneficiaries and we provide technical support so that fishes can be submitted to the MIS at a greater speed. For ISF, we need to say that the program is implemented. However, both the rate of implementation and other things remain low. Because of a delay in the onset, we don't have indicators and expenditure depicted or reflected properly, and there are technical meetings scheduled to exchange information. We're in contact always with IDEAP, and we'll have technical support in order to further support beneficiaries. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for being brief to the best of your ability, because you covered a lot of ground. You did it very well, as previous speakers have done. You covered an entire period. Mr. Soulos is succinct and to the point. In fact, he comes from Laconia, and we have a saying in Greek that brevity is the mother of wit, and this in Greek regards being laconic, coming from the land of Laconia, Sparta, that is. So he comes from Sparta, he'll be brief. Good afternoon.
I'm in the pleasant position of presenting because in the previous meeting we have touched but too little on ISF. Though it's very important, we talked about billions, and this is only 67 million. It's not like BMVI. Nevertheless, ISF is very, very important. It serves specific objectives. I'm going to mention them briefly. And taking the relay from Mr. Chagas, let's talk about progress and the progress of the specific fund. It's not just the management and the control system or evaluations and the other things. Now, let's talk about ISF. I shall mention the key stakeholders, the beneficiaries, call them what you like, to see what these beneficiaries will be. Of course, the Coast Guard will be also there, but the headquarters of the Hellenic Police, 51 million, General Secretariat of Anti-Crime Policies, we hope that it will be a beneficiary according to a last demand to the MA, and the TA, 1.4 million. Here, you see the key stakeholders, 3 different specific objectives: Directorate for Crime, Directorate of Investigation, International Cooperation. Then we have specific objective 2 and specific objective 3, Prevention and Combating Criminality. Again, we see that we have the Criminal Investigations Directorate and the Directorate against Cybercrime, among others. 16 calls for the Hellenic Police, 51 million more or less. Anti-Crime Policy Secretariat General, 2 after the last amendment, 2.45 million, 17 calls, and we still have 2 pending. Here you see the distribution according to the final beneficiary. The lion's share is by the Criminal Investigations Directorate. I will explain the type of actions go under this fund. Here you see the objectives, prevention and anti-crime, 36%, 12% that is specific objective 2, trans-border cooperation, and the rest exchange of intelligence. Here you see yet another depictions like a scatter diagram to see the allocation per specific objective. Here we see the types of categories of action. Again, the lion's share go to telecommunication systems, electronic systems, ICTs. Then we have again this operational support. We have trains, exchange of best practices, and of course the second largest category is equipment for all directorates of the Hellenic Police and the other beneficiaries and the other subcategories. Quite briefly, we have funding for automated systems, for fingerprints, DNA systems, modus operandi, show of photos, national focal points, undertaking managing intelligence coming from other member states. For specific objective 2, we have 2 specific actions. One is against drug trafficking through procuring the right equipment, and the specific objective 3, some actions have to do with upgrading techniques for elaborating audiovisual evidence. So through the fund, there will be equipment everywhere. For example, for makeshift bombs, to identify them, to analyze intelligence, or cybercrime. The fund will offer important amounts to the Hellenic police working against organized crime, terrorism, and so on and so forth. Now we see the 28 million for SO1, 6.4 SO2, and the rest for specific objective 3. Maybe this is the most important transparency about the progress of the projects. 55 million, 52 million are in calls, 52.6. We have calls of 2-point-something million, another 2 calls. 29.1 million are projects that are tendered. They are out there. That is, the tender documents are ready and the notice is publicized. And finally, we have the own resources. It's not procurement. We could make full use and translate these 11 millions into payments. We have the decisions, approval decisions, and 23%, 12.9 million in own resources implementation. We want no gaps between sub-projects. Together with Mr. Tsanga's delegation took place in mid-2024. The first calls came out at the time we had our previous meeting. So within 1 year, we issued calls, we have issued approval decisions, and we have 30 million in tenders. So it's very important to know where we started and where we are now. As to our estimations, by the end of this year, about 4 million euro payments. And we hope that if we implement the tenders, because we have 24 million in bids, the bids will be unsealed in July, next month. So next month we'll have a clearer picture if we're going to have bidders or not, and we could better estimate what's going to happen in 2026. If we have bidders, if we have people winning the bid and no delays, no other obstacles, we hope that in 2026 absorption will be really high and we will achieve our target to avoid any decommitment from the European Commission. That's all. Thank you very much. Let me say that some of your transparencies were very difficult for our myopic eyes, but the transparencies were to blame. It was not our eyes. And now, in our next meetings, it would be nice to talk about contracted projects. That is, projects that, okay, there are commitments. It's not just calls or whatever. Now, for all funds, we need to know the legal commitments, because, as we mentioned, this is the second part. We are going down the hill, and we need to know. And since we mentioned N+2, we have N+2, but we also have the new, which is N-2, because if we wait from the European Commission, well, they will start in 2027, but it will be in 2029 that we'll get the funding. This happened previously. It started in 21, but funding started in 2023. We have N+3, N+2, which is on the air, but since we are reaching the end, it's good to need to see for all funds what you did on your transparency, legal commitments, assumed legal commitments, that is contracts signed and under implementation, which means absorption. And I would expect from IDEAPA to mention something about the new General Secretariat of Critical Infrastructure. Of course, in cooperation with the MA, maybe we need some projects for this secretariat. Let me remind you that it includes our infrastructure as well, because migration infrastructure are critical infrastructure, not just Coast Guard and police, but reception centers. Reception centers are definitely critical infrastructures because the Hellenic Republic, the Hellenic state, offers hospitality to people as obliged, so they are critical entities and critical infrastructure. So we need to see it later. Yes, after restructuring, we shall see the mandate of this new secretariat. And it has to do with the eligibility of this fund, ISF. Thank you very much. Mr. Liakos, let me remind you that you promised that you will be very, very brief indeed. He said that he is going to hand out the material to us. Thank you very much, Mr. Liakos.
Αστειεύομαι προφανώς.
Όχι, μα είναι το έχω υποσχεθεί και θα το υλοποιήσω. Είχα σκοπό να κάνω μία μισάωρη.
Thank you very much. I was expecting half an hour, but anyway, it will be just half a minute. BMVI. From all previous speakers, well, it has been fully described and analyzed and reflected in figures and percentages. There is nothing to add. I'm not going to give you further details. I will just mention what was new this year. So let me skip these transparencies. You see the percentage of approvals. Well, that's not our part in Unit B. These are some general figures for us and Unit B of IDEAPA. 145 million up to date. These are certified expenditures in the specific forms declared. Now you see what is covered in BMVI. It's not just equipment. And it's not only services either. It's both. It's practically everything. It touches upon everything. Let's move on. This is the number of sub-projects. We've heard a lot about them. Many operations and many sub-projects, and each sub-project could be small or it could be a completely different contract, meaning that we need a different procedure, a pre-contract procedure in some cases. Here you see the beneficiaries of BMVI at large. In our unit, we mainly deal with the headquarters of the Coast Guard, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Ministry of National Defense, and some other beneficiaries to a lesser extent. These are some of our projects. They have been analyzed. Some of them were delivered, like the 5 ships presented to yesterday by Mr. Christophilis. Very good vessels, very, very good indeed. Final delivery will take place in the next couple of days, and 20 smaller vessels are delivered, and they are in the expenditure certification form. It's a whole procedure. We need to get feedback. We need to have the A2 unit or A1. So each form, each legality control, and each type of discussion during implementation with the beneficiary and the feedback levels up the whole procedure. It is asked for in the system, and it is what we are trying to implement, and I think we are quite successful. Now, some comparisons to yesterday. We see that there is an increase of the administrative acts. And there is added value in monitoring. 66,700,000. We have done a lot. And this is an asterisk here for some oral remarks. What changed in comparison to yesterday? It's not just figures, because maybe the operations were too easy, you might say, but the quality is different. We have drafted a lot of guidelines and many guides. We had discussions with all beneficiaries, and we believe that we have reached a point, a level, and whatever comes is controlled very fast. That's the good thing of this year. So this is a very myopic table again for problems and solutions. Everything was mentioned. I would just like to focus on No, it's just what I said before. We cooperate very well with the beneficiaries. We have tried, and sometimes we even imposed or we asked for timely requests to be able to work with the necessary details. That's all from B1. Thank you very much. Excellent, excellent for your brevity. Now, let's proceed to a round table to see whether there are people that won't take the floor. Those that have already spoken will not take the floor again. The General Secretariat for Coordination, for the coordination of the government, Mrs. Hatsouli, she's not here. I will come back. Ministry of Foreign Affairs? No. Ministry of National Defense? No, thank you. Public Health from the Ministry of Health? No. Health Services, again, Ministry of Health? No. Public Administration, Ministry for the Interior? No, perfect. Citizenship? No. Education? No. Thank you very much. ESPA? Yes. Okay. Okay, management of all the... Again, it's the same. It's all the ESPA funds, yes. Mrs. Stavropoulou, not here. General Director for Strategic Planning and Implementation of ESPA, no. Mr. Papadopoulos, no. You spoke a lot. That's good. Mrs. Karagianni, no. Mr. Kriazias, yes, he has spoken. Mrs. Zerva? Perfect, thank you very much. Mrs. Nikolaidou? Mrs. Ikonomou? No, thank you. Mr. Zaharakis, is he here? No. Oh, Mrs. Katsouli, you are back. Would you like to take the floor? No? Okay. Mr. Zaharakis? No microphone? Okay, thank you. Demographic and Housing Policy from the Ministry of Social Cohesion and Family? No. Yes, I saw the Secretary General. She was here before. No, she was for Equality and Human Rights. Mrs. Patsogianni was there, no. So Mrs. Kontouli, Social Solidarity, no. Protection for Fundamental Rights, Mrs. Olkidis took the floor, everything is fine. Executive Unit for ESPA, Mrs. Tsagliotti, yes. Coast Guard, okay. Police, okay. The Ombudsman, Citizens Ombudsman, no. National Committee for Human Rights, yes, please. Okay, so First of all, I'm glad we are here again together this year to see how things went. Let me start by reminding you that in the previous meeting of the monitoring committee, if you remember, we stressed the special role of the National Committee of Human Rights as to the enabling condition number 3, a horizontal one based on the European regulations as well. And I have to inform you that we have a memorandum of understanding with the National Cooperation Authority of the Ministry of Economy and Finance to support the MAs and other stakeholders and beneficiaries at the various stages. So initially it was planning, now that we have implementation, and we monitor enabling condition 3, and we did a lot of trainings to the MAs of the regional authorities. We have covered all 13 Greek regions, and now we do trainings of the MAs of the sectoral programs, and that's a good practice. Maybe we could have a discussion whether we have this need for the home affairs funds to horizontally inform all MAs, because we have done trainings for the other MAs. Maybe we could train the MAs for these 3 home affairs funds. This is a proposal. And last time, we expressed our satisfaction for the participation of the citizens of the civil society, and we're very glad to have their representatives here again, and we hope that they will participate even more in our committee. Another positive thing to say is this improvement in transparency, as mentioned by Mr. Papadopoulos, and you also shared the minutes of the specific committee for compliance with the fundamental rights. This is a great enhancement of transparency. This helps us in our role as well. I would like to inform the members of the monitoring committee, maybe you're not informed that we do not participate as the national committee to the specific committee of compliance because we have some objections as to the status of our participation. We wanted to be there as an observer, not a full member, because this runs contrary to our role as an independent authority. And unfortunately, a few days ago, the specific committee was restructured. Again, they asked us to be a member, a full member, but this is something we don't want. We want to be there as observers only. And we have asked for this change of status for us, because we want to be there, we have things to contribute. Finally, since we mentioned the role of the monitoring committee as to the fundamental rights, there are a lot of mechanisms, and especially for the home affairs funds. We have too many bodies and stakeholders and a lot of procedures. I don't know what other members believe, but since we are in the middle of this programming period, we could proceed to an evaluation. I had seen the mid-term reviews. We haven't fully evaluated the way these mechanisms operate and the protocols. You keep reviewing, I know. You keep reviewing the forms of cooperation, the cooperation of our committee and Mr. Solkidis' committee and the specific committee for fundamental rights and other authorities such as the National Transparency Authority, the Ombudsman. Okay, the Ombudsman is a member. So let's see these systems and evaluate the systems, whether they're effective. Maybe we needed to enhance them somehow. We could help in this direction. To see the produced results, now we are mature enough, and see whether we can improve the system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Regarding training And your proposal, of course, it is something positive. I don't know why our managing authority has not entered into that up to now. Others have done it. Let's be in contact for that. Concerning your participation in the committee, you are right. You have a standing petition, but you understand that the participation to a committee is always determined depending on the viewpoint or stance. You could be a member of a committee and not vote. For example, we have trade union representatives that participate in committees. Of course, they have a different purpose compared to the purpose of public enterprise, for example. So in your position, what I would do is the following. There is this position in the committee. You can be there, you can get informed if you want. And of course, when there is a matter of decision, just because you have a dual capacity and a dual role, you can say that we won't vote. We will not participate in the making of the decision. If you participate in a committee, it is your right to abstain from making decisions because you have a dual capacity. I would have a very positive outlook on somebody from EDAO, from the Greek Ombudsman, participating in the committee, because this is provided for by the law. And then, of course, you can separate, you can distinguish what sets you apart to avoid conflicts. It just so happens that I'm a president at this committee now, and this is my viewpoint. Thank you very, very much. Regarding managing authority training and education on promoting fundamental rights, we'll look into this. And of course, we'll focus on what you said about Mr. Solkidis. Migration concerning protocols and procedures is at the moment facing a big change because all of us are trying to adjust to the requirements of the pact. So all protocols applied up to now are being revised. So if you want to embark on this dialogue, we'll be very happy to oblige regarding what the pact requires or obliges. And again, after its implementation, we'll be positive to the evaluation of the procedures followed. I am certain, of course, that the goal will always be to make things better. Yes, you can have the floor. I would merely like to say that there are some seminars scheduled, funded by EcoFund, I think. I don't know whether you're involved in that. Institutionally, no, we are not involved. Personally, yes, but as a national transparency committee, no. Yes, because I remember that we have scheduled something and we are positively predisposed to that. Yes. We need to examine what happens institutionally. Thank you. Mr. Hadjimarkis is not here. I am sure that we would know if he were here because he's a very lively person. KEDE, that is a Central Union of Municipalities, National Confederation of Persons with Disability. Would anyone like the floor? No. European Organization of Public Law, PLO? No. The Greek Council for Refugees? Please. Can you hear me? Yes, I suppose. Thank you, Chair. Distinguished participants, at the beginning of today's meeting, the progress made in Greece with the establishment of the Fundamental Rights Office was mentioned. I would like to acknowledge that indeed this is a step of progress. However, it would matter to emphasize that the reason why these initiatives exist in Greece and Croatia is related to the unfortunate events we've had since March 2020. We see international organizations and supervisory bodies identify issues of violation of fundamental rights in the borders. In January 2023, we had a first sentence against us and a second one. And the second that rendered the claim inadmissible. IRE versus Greece and JRJ versus Greece. The European Court of Human Rights in both cases highlighted that it had identified clear indications of systematic, informal forced returns, repatriations, that is, on the borders of the country. In our opinion, here we have a matter that could be examined within the framework of the facility, the BMVI, to see if there are sufficient guarantees today, and we are here to contribute, of course, to their adequacy, to examine whether there are sufficient guarantees to safeguard that what is bought with European money does not run the risk of being involved in actions like those of the country was sentenced against for. So it's to the interest of the country to safeguard lawful management of borders in accordance with fundamental rights. Of course, beyond rights, we don't have the know-how, nor do we have a scope to talk about. Quite often in public discourse, some things are misinterpreted. We acknowledge clearly the very difficult work of all law enforcement agencies in our country in saving human lives. However, due to our capacity, we ought to emphasize certain issues which, unfortunately, in our opinion, have been documented more than sufficiently. We also have issues related to both AMIF and BMVI and reception facilities. There, you should know, we have representatives of the European Commission, and I stand corrected if I'm mistaken. In January 2023, there was a violation procedure for the de facto detention within the framework of containment of freedom in the centers. If I'm not mistaken, from November 24 and up until today, there were 5 sentences from courts, international courts, acknowledging that this practice is not lawful. So there is important and right involvement of the European funds in the systems of reception. And I don't know, Chairman, if based on your rules of operation, you would contemplate the setting up of some work groups in order to discuss in further detail some matters that regard the respect of fundamental rights. And of course, we will agree that they do not do credit to the country nationally or internationally. So we are here to contribute to the best of our abilities to the safeguarding of this parameter that has to do with fundamental rights. Thank you very much for your time. I thank you. I thank you for the clarity of your arguments and for the honest intention to clarify possible misinterpretations. We are here in different capacities, and all of us are trying to protect our scope of competence without entering into the turf of others, why they do things or not. The minister talked about it at the beginning. He said there is a sentence, you know. As a state, we have appealed against this first instance ruling, and it remains to be seen what the outcome will be. Of course, it should not be for de facto detention. We have taken measures in order to lift this de facto detention pending returns to the neighboring country when we manage to achieve that. Of course, complying with the EU and Turkey deal. So there we won't have de facto detention. The Asylum Service will have some initial decisions following the circular that will satisfy what was said about the 5 recourses you mentioned. Now, the subgroups. I believe that all of us need to be very open to this continuous dialogue because we are given the opportunity to point out difficulties when all of us are involved in the field. The time of day is limited, and sometimes things may elude our attention. So it's very, very positive to exchange opinions. So we need to examine the initiatives we need to take to have these subgroups with the help of Mr. Sourkidis or the committee in another framework. You know, the most tiresome and difficult thing in migration is that you are constantly in a state of crisis. Every day you handle crisis, and you cannot break free from this framework of managing a crisis whereby there is limitation of time, and I can't find myself at a rest stage to evaluate. I managed the fire in Moria and Montenegro in the framework of rehabilitation. This was a single example whereby an EU member state managed within 10 days to set up a camp that accommodated, with the help of armed forces, a Coast Guard, the police, that managed to set up a camp to accommodate 10,000 people that were on the streets when we had a COVID pandemic. My personal vision would be to actually write down somewhere how this happened, because this was unprecedented. Mr. Ragos was there. I remember. He passed by. So this was a very good lesson learned. Because of lack of time and because of continuous work in the field, so many years after that, we have not managed to put it all down in paper and explicitly explain how it happened. So I promise to come back to what you said about subgroups, working on a second level, writing down problems, best practices, needs, to plan for the future, and of course, to point out what can go wrong. There are many, many stakeholders involved in the management of migration issue, and all of us are here in different capacities, wearing different hats, and I don't mean this negatively. It's very difficult for people to share, but we should share experience and listen to the needs of all the other stakeholders. It's a sorry saga. Unfortunately, we haven't managed to share with law enforcement agencies, Coast Guard, police, asylum. Us as a state, we should have a homogenized system, but we haven't managed to do what we want, because every day we fight in our line of duty. Yes, it was very useful to have heard you speak and say what you said. Mr. Moussourakis? Chairman, thank you very much. Moussourakis Minos, from support of refugees in the Aegean. We represent a civil society organization. This is our first participation in the monitoring committee. We're very glad to be here. I'll try to speak as little as I can. I'll talk about horizontal issues that were pointed out vis-à-vis compliance with the third horizontal enabling condition vis-à-vis the Charter of Fundamental Rights. And I'll finally talk about significant matters. Regarding the horizontal issue mentioned, I agree with the colleague from the National Committee for Human Rights and the colleague from the National Council for Refugees. Based on the information conveyed and communicated publicly to the European Commission, we understand that the three-tier system has been established. It has the public prosecutor that examines every complaint or accusation, the ombudsman of the national transparency authorities, the second one, and we have the internal control of the LEAs, law enforcement agencies. The European Committee issued guidelines vis-à-vis the management of migration in Greece. What will be useful for us to participate to the work of the Monitoring Committee as members would be to better understand how you evaluate the operation of these mechanisms, their adequacy vis-à-vis what the Union framework necessitates for a horizontal enabling condition, this one, and how this fits in with the general mechanisms for asylum, the General Committee for Compliance with Fundamental Rights, and the FRO. From the material uploaded vis-à-vis the minutes of the special committee meetings, which has to do with the obligation of the committee to inform the monitoring committee every year and give a report on activities, we understand that the scheme, as it is, has a positive flexibility. The National Committee for Compliance with Fundamental Rights can examine a specific complaint, a publication in the press, a CSO complaint, etc. This is important because it safeguards that any matter cropping up and becoming known to stakeholders will be evaluated. In this case, I would broach the same things that the colleague from the National Council of Refugees said. We have cases that are made known to the administration in the form of court decisions of the administrative courts of the country. If I'm not mistaken, and I understood well, they're not about the legal limbo matter, but the de facto detention, that is the privation of personal freedom with limitation of freedom when people are held in FRCs or RICs, Reception Identification Centers or First Reception Centers. 2.5 years ago, the Commission had a case against Greece. So the courts of the country, that of Syros, Athens, and Rhodes, have reached the conclusion, that this is a de facto detention, and it goes against a person's right to freedom. This will have a meaning for sure to evaluate not only as a piece of information, but as a matter related to the implementation of the BVMI, given the very important role that is assigned to the facilities management and all the other RIS projects. Now, regarding the FRO and the regular reports that the Monitoring Committee receives and are important for us to understand how the mechanism works, according to the legislative framework, the FRO evaluates the admissibility of a complaint lodged and transfers an admissible complaint to the competent authority, the National Transparency Authority or another authority. What we understand from the quarterly reports submitted up until today to the attention of the Monitoring Committee, the majority of admissible complaints have been transferred within bodies of the Ministry of Migration to be further investigated. Whether we talk about the General Secretary of Asylum Seekers or the General Secretary for Migration Policy. We would like a clarification to understand what happens in the case of transfer of a case within the same ministry. And sometimes something that regards a body that is complained against. For example, the reception bodies. What are the next steps? That is, do they check the grounds of the complaint, whether a fundamental right was violated? What is the follow-up? How are these complaints used in order to feed back to a discussion that has to do generally with compliance? I think the same thing would be important regarding the follow-up of complaints investigated by the National Transparency Authority or other bodies. Already since 2023, we have known that the FRO informed the Monitoring Committee vis-à-vis a complaint for Frontex and a publication of New York Times regarding violations of fundamental rights related to pushback at the borders. And since the first quarter of 2024, there's been a pending complaint regarding de facto detention in FRC before the Transparency Authority. It may take a while for a resolution, But perhaps the committee should be updated regularly to keep up with matters. Regarding these horizontal matters, many of the sentences against our country from the Human Court, the ARE versus Greece, that is pending before the Grand Assembly of the Court, Al-Hadib versus Greece, definitive, Al-Mohlas and Al-Maliki against Greece 2025, broach issues that regard directly the sufficiency of these organizations. Does the criminal justice system of a country comply with human rights? The judgment of the European Court is that there is a matter of procedure. There is no effective investigation. In the case law of the court regarding the asylum seekers' reception in the country, there is a fixed case law. There are many decisions. Last week we had another group of decisions by the court that have to do with cases dating a few years back. There is no effective legal remedy in the Greek legal order for issues that regard complaints concerning reception conditions. The Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe also highlighted that because it attends the execution of rulings. In this year's decision for MSS versus Greece, they had talked about the matter again. Regarding matters of substance, the letter that we sent together with the Greek Council for Refugees broaches indicatively some matters apart from pre-removal centers, detention. We talk about the cash assistance, especially in view of the program that will follow the current one in the next months. That is, we don't know whether a person seeking asylum is properly cared for from the moment when they make an application for asylum. The committee should discuss that. A reference was made to the new Pact on Migration and Asylum. In the modification of programs to meet the requirements of the Pact, I personally believe that it will be very useful, if not absolutely necessary, to have the monitoring committee know the implementation plan of the new Pact. The Minister of Migration and Asylum committed already in December to publishing or publicizing this plan as soon as it is finalized. Up to now, it has not happened. We want to have an idea about the goals and the plans in order to evaluate the way in which the funds will try to achieve the objectives. Thank you very much. We hope to continue our collaboration and the discussion.
Mr. Mazurakis, from what you said, it's obvious that the operation of the subgroups is very important. Because since there is going to be a huge dialogue on these issues, you raised many issues. Some of them are quite technical. Maybe we could see them at a second level. And I commit myself that, yes, I will do this. We will have this type of discussions. A legal decision, takes interpretations, and there are many levels on which you can come back. The same happens in the European Commission, and the dialogue is very alive there as to the various observations. So in these subgroups, we all need to have proposals. What would be your proposal on specific findings? For example, what does the civil society say on specific findings for service provision by themselves? If we need to take measures against the reception service, which is a state body, what measures should be taken for entities of the civil society that run service providing programs, and after control it is found out that they do not serve people the way they have agreed on. If we want transparency, equality, and equality before the law, the measures taken from one side should be taken for the other. And a fortiori, if we have vulnerable groups or private entities. So we need to have this dialogue and explore everything, as you mentioned, to see if we have any proposals on the issues you raised. Okay, we can always complain, and it's very helpful for the procedure, but we need to know what's going to happen next, the next step. Okay, there is a problem there. We have identified the problem. This doesn't work. How are we going to improve this? It's more difficult to improve. And as to justice, I think that justice is independent and it solves its own issues with a lot of remedies. Now, as to reception and the legal remedies, I haven't really understood what it is about. This is why we need the subgroups. For example, if there is an extraordinary and critical provision of service, a legal remedy on what? I shall complain because of the conditions. I don't know what type of legal remedy or legal aid, because there is no administrative act in this case. There's just services provided. I don't know. How about a legal remedy? Okay, we do have the platform, the FRO platform, to complain. But if there is a complaint that the conditions in X facility are inhuman, this is what Mr. Soltidis does. He would go to the predecessor of Mr. Glimis. You know, a beneficiary said that in this accommodation center, the conditions are not okay, and then there should be measures taken. If the measures taken are satisfactory and we have this knowledge of the field, you know, it happened in specific conditions. For example, they could take only 200, but 500 or 1,100 beneficiaries came in. This was the case of Samos with the unaccompanied minors. Of course, we say you have 15 to 20 days to decongest your facilities. This is the process. I don't know whether the European Commission would ask for something more, but we cannot have interrogation or a pre-interrogation, and the Transparency Authority could come in. Maybe we could follow a different procedure. But, you know, this situation is a crisis. I don't know what else we could do, because I'm the head of this committee and I'm a newcomer. How about it's an extraordinary condition. We have too many people coming in the facilities, and the facility cannot do anything. They can only have 200 people, and when there are 500 people coming in, we see that there is this increased need to meet at more regular intervals, to have a better dialogue and understand the problems of the others. Thank you very much, Mr. Mouzourakis, anyway, for your documents, texts, and your presentation. Kytaron. Hello. Stavros Milionis from Kytaron. I come in the capacity of representing some organizations for unaccompanied minors. We have made a lot of proposals. We have sent a memorandum. We sent it in March with specific proposals. I don't want to get into the technicalities, but since you mentioned unit cost, as you said, we could calculate it the way you said, but the needs of the program are such that make it very difficult to implement it if the structures, the facilities are not full. And sometimes they are not full because we have to go to meet the minors whenever we can at our own cost to fill the facilities. The good thing is that our communication with the MA is great. We have standardized procedures, and we all know what we have to do in order to be okay with our obligations. However, a problem came up lately, and I think it will come up in the future. That's funding. You know, these units for unaccompanied minors work 24/7. So there is no room for delays. If there are delays in payments for 1 or 2 months, huge problems are created. And the services we can provide are more difficult to provide. So we need to solve this issue of funding, because every year we know where the problems will come. We know the difficult months. So again, in subgroups, we could see these observations, we could explore things further, and our discussion today has been very useful. Thank you for your invitation. I have to thank you quite briefly before voting. I was under the impression that you get an advance payment. Are there any issues of delays of this system? Last year in November, we got paid for projects that started in May, in the beginning. Okay, yes. You asked for the floor. Before giving you the floor, I will have to say something, that in this committee we need to talk about other issues, or even better in the subgroups. For example, this transfer thing is a win-win. And maybe we could do it for the unaccompanied. Because obviously you entered this part, but you know there is a different cost, unit cost, if you are full or if there are vacancies. Now, if you go with a social worker to receive the minor from a center and start offering accommodation, this is for your benefit, because in the previous system there were delays. You had a vacant position, you would only get 1/7 of your remuneration, and then you would have to wait for the unaccompanied minor to come to you. But if you go there and bring it in, you start getting 7 times more money the next day. So maybe this is the way forward. Maybe you could go there and we would cover your cost for going out to reach. And you know, we had this cost that came out of a dialogue among organizations of the civil society. Maybe the services provided were too high. Maybe the bar was too high. But you know, we have the positive discrimination. Of course, there is no ceiling to the costs we could offer. But if this goes beyond the state budget and what the state does for the citizens or other vulnerable groups, we're not moving in the right direction. And I think you can understand this, because we have other vulnerable groups of citizens within the country that do not enjoy these type of advantages. It's our constitutional obligation to have a common framework vis-à-vis vulnerable groups. The homeless, for example, homeless minors, we need to have the same framework. We cannot treat foreign unaccompanied minors in a different way in comparison to the Greek homeless minors. But we are all in the same direction. So it's not only negative discrimination, we have positive discriminations. Okay, I will give you the floor. Yes, since you mentioned the other and the complaints, as mentioned by Mr. Mourourakis. EAV is represented, and I talked with Mr. Sorgidis during the break, and we have high representation by Mrs. Rogaku, who is also the head of the control units. And we have the know-how and the methodology to become even more detailed in the way we treat such phenomena. From my own experience, from AFCOS and complaints, I will agree with you, Secretary General. If there is a complaint or a report, it's more important to solve the issue and give them 15 or 20 days to solve the issue instead of starting an interrogation. So this is what I believe. Anyway, thank you. This is why I stress the participation of bodies that have to be there in the committee, because this is where all complaints are analyzed and investigated, and we have dealing with the problem in the right spirit. It's not by way of repression or interrogation or pre-interrogation. No, the issue is to solve the problem when they come up, because a complaint, I think, the point is not to punish somebody and use criminal justice. We need to solve the real issue, because most complaints are anonymous anyway. Okay, you want to have names only. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, as it happened in the past, are there any objections? Any objections to the material sent to you and the voting? No. Okay, no objections. So, everything will come up on the envelopes. And let's say that we have voted, as if we have voted. Any objections to this? Any objections to our resolutions? Just do it now, and you could say, yes, we want to vote against. Okay. Thank you very much. I hope that the rest agree. And after voting these proposals and resolutions, let's have our lunch. We are running late. I think that the spirit was great, and we can see the future in a positive way. I would like to thank you all for your presence.